I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, chat. Hello, Abhishek and Magnus and Nick, Terry. How's it going?
It's great.
Very well. How about you?
All good, all good. Kind of an interesting morning, right?
Yeah, very interesting. We got some headline news overnight or over the weekend regarding Trump capturing the president of Venezuela.
Yeah, no, that's kind of crazy.
Right.
I was a little late on it. I didn't realize what was going on, but until I checked, I was on my phone really all weekend, and I saw it. I think yesterday morning, and I was a day late. So, yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, still a ton of great trading expected for the day. Let's take a look at the charts. Who'd like to go first, Nick or Tom?
Yeah, I'll go back here.
Thanks, Nick.
Let's see here. So starting off, I'm gonna start off with the daily here. We are bouncing from this new week opening gap here on the ES chart. Another thing too is we're getting some very nice displacement here recently on the 4 hour and the 1 hour. I wanted these highs to get taken. This Wednesday high on Friday, but it never got up there. I didn't think it was going to anyways. Just we didn't have a whole lot of volatility on Friday, no news or anything like that. So I'm still anticipating higher prices for the week. We do have 10 a.m. news this morning, so really the first big news event of the year. So it's not even that big, but it's just something to watch for. Yeah, I'm going to be anticipating higher prices here. Previous day high up here at 25,803 for NQ, and then 69.39 for ES. Even though those are previous day high, that is previous day high. I think that's low hanging fruit. I think we can go much higher. I think we can go up to potentially on ES 69.51, which is that Wednesday high I was talking about from last Friday. And then I believe in ES, NQ's already run it. Yeah, so NQ already ran this Wednesday high, but we have a lot of highs up here that I'd like for us to take out up in there. So I'm gonna be looking for higher prices. If you want devil's advocate here, we do have a bearish 4 hour gap right here. So if you're looking for, you think the news over the weekend is bearish and World War III is on about to get here, then you can be potentially plan to move down here. However, if you look at that hourly time frame, we don't really have much displacement lower yet. So that 10 a.m. candle is really going to tell us everything we need to know. Because if we're displacing lower, you could be looking to target these Asia lows and then potentially down to this Friday low as well. So if we get above it, then you can start reaching for this buy side up here. And that's probably what I think is going to happen. But let's move over to gold. Wow, we're still in this consolidation from last year on gold. See what I did there? I know y'all like that. Let's see. So a 4 hour gap was something I marked off last Monday, and we're still inside of it. Not really much displacement in here. On the 4 hour, it looks a little bit better. But it's looking like it's going to disrespect this 4 hour gap and go higher. So maybe just wait for a closure above anything above 44.64, and then you can look to target back up to this high up here on Friday. So yeah, that's really all I got. Just for me, mainly, I'm just going to be watching indices this morning. But yeah.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, I saw how gold reacted to the news, and then I felt a little tiny bit of FOMO, wishing I bought gold right at Globex open, like a small position.
Yeah.
Tom, what are your thoughts this morning?
Well, it was a little bit of a tricky morning. So in the early London session, I mean, I was streaming. I was like a little bit confused because this big gray area is actually a supply zone. And just a quick recap. So in London, from 2 a.m. until like 4 a.m., I thought that we're going to go lower because there are 2 5-minute demand zones lower. And I was like, okay, we might just going to close down this new week opening gap with some down close candles. But eventually it went higher. And anyway, I took a nice long position by targeting the mid point of the 5-minute supply zone, which is at 544. So that was a nice trade. We took it right there. So that was a good one. But the main thing, which actually confused me a little bit, like I thought that before the market opened, we're going to go lower. There's a small 5-minute demand zone. I thought we're going to sweep the London low, which we might do still, but I thought that it's going to happen before going higher. And I'm going to show you the reason why. So anyway, I thought that we're just going to take the elevator down at 8:20. I was streaming earlier in the from 7 a.m. as well. And I thought that, hey, this is the waterfall and we should be going down. So I took a small loss on this trade. But the thing is, if I go and switch to the 1-hour chart, there is an absolutely beautiful, picture perfect. It really doesn't get better than this one. An absolutely beautiful 1-hour supply zone higher. Now, usually I don't really go with the hourly zones because that like usually higher time frame. I mean, it's good and it's valid, but usually they are far away. But this is like 100 points away. This starts at, to be exact, this level starts at 692.25 on the micro. Now, that zone is absolutely picture perfect, absolutely great. The candle is Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard hourly candle, which created, it could be a bearish order block, supply zone, or whatever smart money traders want to call it, or I don't know, but that zone is absolutely picture perfect. Now, if I switch back to the 5-minute, this 5-minute supply zone has been completely destroyed and taken out the buy side at 603. I was mentioning 603 today quite a few times. I was like, man, I'd like to see that being taken out. But anyway, it happened just now. So 603, then 605 taken out, taking liquidity from this revenue gap. What I'm trying to say is I'm not going to go bearish here, not yet. I'm still going to be super bullish. 692, I'm eyeballing with that level pretty much. I might going to try to scalp it or do something with that because I just feel like we can easily pop higher approaching that. Other than that, it could be also like a bull trap, which means picking up liquidity in between 600 and 700 and then taking the elevator down and closing down the gap. So we got to be aware of that too. If that happens, I'm going to be looking for sales. Just a second, below 520. So that would be a level that I would be interested in. I know I have a lot of lines here on my chart, but the thing is, yeah, 520 is the level here. This is a swing low. That would be the level I'll be looking for sales. And yeah, other than that, I will be bullish on NQ. And as for gold, well, there's a 15-minute demand zone lower, which is absolutely great, looking good. We have the new week opening gap, but on the high side, on the upper side here, there is nothing. So I checked everything, all the time frames from the 1 hour all the way down to the 1 minute. There's nothing here to the left, nothing that I'm interested in. I'm not really interested in taking long position. That being said, I think gold can be slowly grinding its way higher to 44.88 to take out that swing high. Yeah, 44.88.7 could be a potential buy side. I'm not interested to go long on gold at all. I'm going to be waiting for some sort of a shift in structure and then maybe target 43.78.9, that 15-minute zone, or maybe potentially go lower and close that gap. But as I said, I will be bearish. I will be waiting for a bearish price action. So again, summarizing it, I would be bullish on NQ, looking for this one to spike higher, and I will be looking for a potential, but not too much, short on gold. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Traders, what do you think today? Are you looking for longs? Type in 1 in chat, type in 2 if you're looking for shorts, or type in 3. You're going to chill out and hang out with us today.
Definitely hang out with us today, even if you push the button, right? That's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we currently have the promo still running on the Rapid accounts and the Pro accounts. I can share my stream as people let us know what you're thinking for the day. Oh, already I'm seeing some shorts, no trades. Seeing lots of shorts.
Okay.
Oh wow, can't believe, wow, that's crazy. Type 1 in the chat if you guys think it's if you guys have that attached to like the whole Trump Venezuela thing.
Oh, like a news bias.
Yeah. Like,
That was kind of interesting.
Are you bearish because the charts are showing it, or are you bearish mainly due to that news over the weekend?
That was I mean, I'm not taking any side here in politics, so I'm not saying like because of that, but I was just seeing a report. Journalist was asking President Trump, like, Mr. President, what are you going to do with that? I don't even know the number, like 300 million barrels of crude oil. What are you going to do with that? And President Trump immediately said, we're going to keep it, and we're going to keep the ships too.
Whoa.
I was like, okay, that's OG. Anyway, sorry, no sides taken. I have no sides in this one. I was just, wow, what a reaction. We're keeping the crude oil and we're keeping the ships too. Anyway, it was funny, I think.
Yeah, I missed it. I'll have to go and see the coverage. I did want to share, Matt tweeted, posted on X. Matt, our CEO of MyFundedFutures, Matt Leach, he said larger account sizes for Rapid going live next week.
Ooh, let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, the live accounts are, or the live accounts, the Rapid accounts are the accounts that you want to pick if you want the daily payouts. Yeah. So that'll be exciting. Some bigger accounts.
Oh, yes. Yes. More movement, more space to trade with. We like it.
We do. And MyFundedFutures, we are giving away 7 150K accounts today throughout the stream. And the winner of the debate today between Tom and Nick gets to pick a winner to win a 150K account.
The desk is rising, everybody. It will be awesome.
Who will win? Last time, Nick, you won, right? On Friday?
I think so, on Friday, yeah. I got lucky.
Oh, Tom, you've got to come in swinging today.
It's all right. I can take it. No problem. I can take any side here.
Voltron. Hey, Voltron's in the house. Voltron is asking, what's the debate? Yeah, so every morning at 9:45 Eastern Standard Time, we have a debate between 2 traders. And usually it's between Tom and Nick. And then sometimes the winner of the debate gets to pick a winner out of all of the traders in chat to win a 150K Pro account or a scale account.
Oh, the Big Daddy account. You like that?
Yeah, it's really fun. It's like hot topics within trading.
Yeah, 100%. We got to get like a total head-to-head record here. I think I'm slightly up, but I think Tom has given me the choices every single time, of picking what I want. So I actually do need to probably clean it up and probably type in some points on Grok, like what he's doing, and see if I can.
Yeah, that would be fun to keep up with it. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah, Magnus is telling us that the debate winner picks 150K Pro account today. So make sure you tune in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we love those Pro accounts.
Yeah, I'm marking off these gaps here on the trading chart. I don't really know, like before 10 a.m., what the move's going to be. I think if you can start to see some rejection lower on like the 15-minute chart at 9:30, and that first candle at 9:45 closes pretty bearish, you could look to target these relative equal lows from Asia and London, but I wouldn't do it right now. Market's not open, plus it's pretty bullish. This does stick out to me though, but I'm gonna need some displacement lower in order to get there. Like I said, we'll also trade inside of a 4-hour gap as well. So could be looking to pair that point of interest to that draw on liquidity to the lower. Also, if you look at the 1 hour, there is no gap to the downside on ES, but on the 4 hour chart, but that 1 hour, there's this gap here that we already inverse. So but I'm just kind of want to see what 930 brings, right? It's the first true open of the year with like no distractions either tomorrow, like no bank holidays or anything like that. So it's the first full trading week of the year, I guess you should say. So I want to see what that looks like,
Yeah, I feel excited. I feel like Friday was a trading day, but today seems like it counts more because it's the first full week. And we also have PMI at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I mean, we're going to have all kinds of news this week, I guess. I mean, we have NFP, we have unemployment claims, stuff like that. So we have everything, almost everything. So yeah, it'll be exciting.
Yeah, NQ is already up 228 points so far.
Yeah, that's kind of why I could see that those lows in Asia getting taken and then kind of come back. Like if you look at this gap right here on the 1 hour, I've just seen this so many times where like we got this new week opening gap right here, come down, take them out, and then maybe in the PM session we start to move higher, and then the rest of the week. It's just hard for me to believe, since I'm someone who's bullish on the week, that this is the low of the week. It could happen. Obviously, that close at 10 a.m. is going to tell me the story really for the week, depending on how strong we close above it or if we close inside of it. So it's just hard for me to believe that this is the low of the week. So it makes sense for us to come back down here and touch that new week opening gap. But if we don't do it before Wednesday, it's probably just going to leave it kind of like what it did here, right? On ES, had this gap right here from the open, like November 20th. We have yet to retest it. So, and then this one, it left it to the following week as well. So it has happened before, but if I want to see this get taken, I want to see it get taken today because it's probably not going to get taken if it doesn't, if it waits till tomorrow. So kind of have scenario both ways. Close above, target previous day high, start to show some weakness, target down to these Asia, London relative equal lows, along with this new week opening gap here. So I'm going to mark this off as well.
Yeah, I'm absolutely bullish on this one. So I'm just actually I stepped into a very small buy position here. I want to see this immediately. I mean, run quickly up to that 692 level. I know it might be premature just to jump in like that, but I'm okay. I made some profit today. I'm actually just risking some of my profits here. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so I'm just going to be waiting for it with 2 micros only. So that's not a big deal copying this only on 2 accounts, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Wow, it's pushing. It's pushing in your direction.
It's pushing so far. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what the market does off of that news, because I see some people saying, "Oh, it's start World War III, China's going to take Taiwan," and I don't know. And I see some people saying it was a good idea, it was a good thing because now Venezuela's like happy, people they're happy. So it's I don't think the dude that was taken was a very good guy, but who knows? I found out yesterday. I was a little late, so maybe people in the chat know more than I do. I'm sure they do. So I'm just saying let the charts play out and see what happens.
Yeah, obviously, that's why I was saying I don't want to comment on the political side of it, because obviously that guy, I think, in my personal opinion, wasn't really a good guy, and there was elections there, and I'm not going to comment on the rest of what happened. But what I wanted to say with this is I think that the markets are really priced in that happening over the weekend. So that's why I'm kind of curious what's going to go after the 9:30 open. I think the reaction, we already have it. So who knows? Maybe at the open, this is just going to take the elevator down and
yeah. It'll be very interesting to see. I've heard people say that the rumor of war is bearish, but actual war is bullish for indexes because of how much money the government has to spend. Have you guys heard anything of this nature?
Say that one more time.
Oh, I've heard that the rumor of war, of going to war, is very bearish for the indexes. However, war itself is very bullish for the indexes because of how much money the government has to spend.
Yeah. And then war is also one of the most profitable businesses. So, it's not it's I hate how it's like that, but yeah, no, I can.
Well, that is actually a fundamental thing again, right? So I guess out of 100 fundamental experts, I guess 50% of those experts would say like, yeah, war is bearish. Other 50% would say this is why war would be bullish. There's so many different aspects, as we were talking about this as well. Like just like in technical trading, fundamental things can also be interpreted like totally different ways. So there's so many. So the way I see it could be totally different, like other people seeing it. The same goes for technical trading as well. I see this 692 level, and some other traders would say, "Oh, that's stupid. It's going to go down with the elevator." So the same goes. The same is happening with fundamentals. I think there's so many outcomes, so many explanations, tend to backtrack all the information. Like, what does that really mean? You're gonna typically like you got to read between the lines. Okay, but there's so many ways to read between the lines, I think.
Mm-hmm. Different interpretations of the same events, data, technical patterns.
Yes. At least that's what I've been told by, as I said, I know this guy in my country. He's very good in fundamentals and economics. And he told me like, just because he's seeing the market the way he sees it does not mean that it can be explained. It cannot be explained in a totally different way. So just want to say that we can see the same news totally different ways, bullish or bearish. Who knows? So is war going to be bullish or bearish, or a potential war? Who knows? So many ways.
Yeah, so many ways. And Nick, I heard you say, just let the charts play out and let the charts tell us.
Yeah, I mean, your job is to freaking trade and make money. It's not to freaking be some lawyer, some stock, some defense, expert and all this other stuff. So just let the charts kind of tip their hand to you and just sort of see what happens.
It's not our job to be professional economics, like macro analysis analysts.
Well, I just want to be like Gordon Gekko. I want to know the information beforehand, and I'll be good.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. I mean, if I was one of those people, anyways, I would have, in my opinion was out there, I would have been wrong about last year, like us going back to all-time highs after what happened in April. So, however, me not worrying too much about that opinion or having being objective about it, and still trading and moving on. I was able to, make money on the way up and, on shorts here and there and things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's such a great topic.
I used to be like that. Like I used to pay attention to the news. Oh, this is bearish, so I'm going to start selling off. And then Apple whips 4% in a day. I'm like, what in the world is this? So.
Oh yeah. How many of you traders listening have experienced that, where you marry a bias? You're like, well, the market has to go down because of this terrible news, and then you completely get ran over.
That happens to everybody, I think. And by the way, there's also nothing being super wrong by married to a certain level or being married to a bias. Even if you think like, you're saying like, or I say in this example, the market has to go up to 700. Okay, but if it's not going to 700, it just keeps going down and down. You just got to wait until it's going to shift into your way. So having, married to an idea or to a level, that does not mean that you definitely have to take every single trade once it goes against you and you just revenge trading all the way. Obviously, you got to wait for that setup. So yes, marrying yourself into the idea, into the level could lead to revenge trading if you don't have a proper setup. But you got to have a proper setup or entry model to use.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I think.
Yeah, proper setup, proper entry model, and then also proper amount of trades you're willing to put on that idea.
AKA risk management.
Stop.
Yes, exactly. So if you're lost, like you have a trade cup of like, okay, you say I can lose 3 trades in a row, and you already had those 3 trades, then okay, you're done. Even though at the end of the day your level might gonna get hit, but you're done for the day. That's it. And that's risk management also.
Yeah, it's so important. And it's the part that I think many traders struggle with, the risk management.
Yes, definitely. I mean, because that's the key of everything. Even the more experienced traders are having, because risk management problems, that's like revenge trading as usual, oversizing, all this thing, can be channeled down to risk management. And it still amazes me, like how much, sorry?
How many firms go under?
Yes.
Leverage in our position.
Exactly. But like how a losing streak can actually flip even a more experienced trader. If you're having a losing streak, that's like the hardest part, to hold yourself back, not do stupid decisions, not overtrade. And obviously we see more experienced traders, even in social media and the social space, like everybody's having those kind of losing streaks. It's so hard to not do anything harsh, anything, stupid there. And yeah,
it can compound your emotions, and then it can create this downward spiral.
Oh yeah, it is. And the biggest loss, as we said it many times, the biggest asset, the most valuable asset that we're losing is our confidence. And it's not even about that particular evaluation account or funded account. It's much more than that. It's about your confidence. That's what you're risking by doing some stupid decisions. Because yes, it's easy to say you can buy another evaluation account, but stick to the plan. And that's confidence. Okay. That's
so important. Your trade, Tom.
Well, it's by far from being over. So it's over, it's not over until it's not over. I always say that. So it's by far being over yet.
What's the number on the TP?
My TP is 689.50. The zone on the 1 hour, which I said is a textbook zone, actually, I can tell you, starting at 692.25 on the micro. But just because of slippage, early profit taking, whatever spread, I put my TP to 89.50. Yeah, just to make sure.
I like that a lot.
It is going. It's strong. Oh, market is open.
It's not looking good now. No problem. It's controlled risk. So if I lose this one, I'm going to be sleeping like a baby. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to be sleeping like a baby if I lose this trade.
He's not losing it.
Oh, it is pushing fast. NQ is making a new high, 673.
I don't know what's happening. I really want to see this. I told you earlier, I want to see a quick reaction to that level. So far, so good. If it starts to struggle at 680 or before reaching, where did it go? Yeah. If it starts to struggle here in the 70s, that's a problem, because then it could be just a fake out and we're going to take the elevator down. So I want to see quick movement here. I don't want to see sideways action. That's a no-go.
Okay.
Then maybe I'm going to just, close it manually and let it be.
No.
What happened?
Trust it, Tom. You got it.
Ooh, all right.
We don't want me, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Oh no, it's going back down. Well, yeah. Actually, there's no problem if it goes down. I'm okay with that, and that's why my stop is at. Sorry?
ES is pumping.
ES is pumping. Okay.
Yeah, ES is pumping.
Well, someone's lying here.
Yeah. How's YM looking? YM is also pumping.
Mm-hmm.
There is SMT at the highs now, right? So
Okay, that's not good for me. All right.
Yeah, I just pointed. I was too busy watching gold for a second.
Yeah, this is not good for me. Now this comes to the decision point. Should I close it? Should I not? Now, what I always trying to preach, but it's hard to go by with it, is to leave the trade on and let's have our answer. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm just going to leave this trade on. If I hit the stop loss, that's all right. I'm going to be looking for sure. Oh my gosh, it's taking the elevator. Yeah. So I'm going to leave this on. No problem with that. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, this could have been a fake out here.
It could be. I did hop into a short, a 1 minute orb trade. It could also lose. I did move stop to a little better than break even. Looking for TP at 570.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me check those time frames here. Okay, 5 minute picked up some liquidity, no problem. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Looking at the 15-minute picking up liquidity on a 15-minute fair value gap still looks bullish on my end. I like that. Actually, there was a nice reaction. I totally forgot something. I know what happened here. I forgot something. There is also a supply zone on the 15-minute chart, and I forgot to put it up there. 675 is a 15-minute supply zone, which is completely okay. And it just, actually there was a reaction just before reaching that level. So that's what happened.
I was stopped out at a little better than break even.
That's
this
good.
is the 1 minute chart. It's wild. Trading the open with the 1 minute chart. You have to calm yourself.
Yes.
Everything is okay. The house is not burning. Everything is okay.
Everything is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Controlled
we
risk.
We definitely get wild movements at the open. I don't know how Methodical Man trades a 15-second chart on the open sometimes. Like, that's intense.
I don't know how he does it. I really don't know. I don't know.
I'm so curious to see what the 15-second chart looks like.
I think, I mean, with all my respect to everybody, to Methodical Man, to everyone, I think it's just nerve-wracking to trade the 15-second chart. I don't know how it's possible.
This is the 15-second chart. Yeah, you got to be fast.
Oh,
you got to be so fast. Okay, we'll go back to the 5 minutes so I can relax.
True. Yes.
Okay, 5 minute order people are getting tagged in on the short side.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like my trade is going to get smoked, but so far I'm still in. Yeah, 520. As I said earlier, I'll be looking for shorts once we go below 520. And yeah, we'll see.
I wonder if we'll get a retracement back to the midnight open. That would be all the way down here. Okay, I am going to take a stab at it. Let's see what can happen. I'll take a micro trade, just one. And this is like a big type of intraday swing trade. Looking for a retracement back to the midnight opening price, which would be 494.
I'm kind of liking that.
It is a 70% chance, but that can mean like this could be the 30% of the time that it doesn't work, right? We never know.
Yeah.
So it is good. Risk management, so important. This is just with one micro.
Yeah, almost out on my end. And actually, I'm out from the trade. Okay, so I'm out. But it's fine. It's fine. Now I'm going to be watching that 520 level. And yeah, just going to wait. 5 minute demand zone is down there as well at 513. This was an interesting. I mean, I thought that this is going to be a super fast run all the way up there. It didn't happen, but.
Yeah,
and it could happen later.
I'm kind of looking for this 15 minutes. See how this thing closes in 9 minutes. If you want to get a little bit premature, just see how we close in another 5 minutes. But this is a pretty bearish candle. I want to see one or two more though. The main reason is like if I were to go short, my draw would be down here anyway. So if I wait for extra confirmation for it to get down here, like I have more than enough room to catch a short anyway. So like rather than be early and be wrong, you see what I mean? So
yeah,
that's kind of what I'm watching here. I want to see what happens inside this gap.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, so far we're back into this range. What can this mean? Are we building up some support here and then pushing higher, or is this going to finally drop? I think the market is just going to wait maybe for those survey news at 10 a.m. and then who knows?
In about 23 minutes, we'll have more news.
Yeah. That's going to be interesting. And other than that, there's not much else.
How's gold looking?
Gold. Yeah, pretty much not doing anything. Basically back to square one at the open. I would love to see this one shifting below 44.23. Actually, hold on. Let's check this one. Yeah, so if we can go below 44.23, I would be looking for short trades. Other than that, I'm not interested doing anything with gold right now. Yeah, that's all.
ES is coming down a little bit off of the highs in that first 5-minute candle. YM is still pushing, trading towards its high of day.
Yeah, ES is a nice little push from ES.
It looks like NQ is trading around VWAP right now. Ooh, it is wanting to push a little lower than VWAP.
Yeah, it seems like it wants to drop. Well, if it does, there's a nice level below 520, but it's so unpredictable. Most likely, it's going to go like this until the news. Actually, we have 20 minutes until news. I wouldn't be surprised if it sweeps those lows before the news. Actually,
yeah, I'm kind of having that same feeling. We got a lot of volatility here. I want to see how this candle closes in the next minute, and then 5 minutes at 9:45 at 15 minute. You could see, like, if we're gonna go lower, I think it's gonna go lower from here. I think that's the play.
It does feel like it.
Yeah, and if you can get in a short before then, and it's starting to move in your favor, you can just go stop break even before news, right? Or take some partials before then. It's kind of looking pretty bearish. Remember, we have SMT at the highs, but previous day high.
Yeah.
In Q. So see what happens.
Yes, Pigeon is reminding us that we have the debate in 5 minutes.
True.
Between Nick and Tom. And the debate topic today is higher time frame or lower time frame. Which one is better?
Well, which side you like to pick, Nick, or should I pick one?
You pick
I
one.
said picnic.
Go ahead.
Picnic. You said picnic.
I said picnic.
I'll go higher time frames.
You go higher. All right. Cool.
Yeah, we'll go higher.
Yeah. Okay, this one is just hovering here, not really doing anything. It does going lower a little bit. I took a scalp here from 567. It's a very heavy position. Let's see if I can make it back what I previously lost. It's a heavy position.
Are you going short?
Yeah, 5 micro. And I have no stop loss on this trade again, but I will. Don't worry. So I'm just gonna. Oh, it's not looking good now. I had to say it. I thought that it's just gonna finally drop down to that 520 level. No problem. It's fine. I might have to kill this one manually. Oh my gosh. Okay. I thought that it's going to easily waterfall down to that 520. It's not doing it. All right, I'm killing this trade. All right. Small loss, it's fine. I can't do anything else until after 10 a.m. That's it. I cannot go over my limit. That was a scalp trade. And so I'm just going to wait.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Let's just wait. I was really hoping for that drop. At one point, I was actually in a nice profit, able to recover, but now it's over.
Lots of opportunities throughout the day. We're just getting started.
Exactly.
Some people are taking the 15-minute orb, I see. Good luck. So the 5-minute orb people are in profits, or they already booked profits. Let's see what happens to the 15-minute orb. I do see this point of control down here around 470.
470, okay.
Yeah, from overnight.
Yeah, I'm marking off this 15-minute gap at the moment that we're trading inside of right now. We inverse this one. Well, we're about to inverse it. I want to see what happens here. Because like I said, one of them was lying. It's either ES is leading the clubhouse in terms of bullishness, or ES is lying and NQ is just sort of leading the way. So let's see what happens here. Maybe what you could do is, if we could close in a minute and a half here above this gap to the downside, you could look at go long. I think that wouldn't be a bad play. Let's see if we get that close above.
Yeah.
At that point, it's respecting here, and then you also got ES moving. It's been bullish the whole time. It hasn't showed any signs of bearishness. So what you could do is pair that 5-minute inverse close with long to the highs up here, previous day high at 800. So see what happens here in a minute or so.
Yeah, best to wait this one out. And yeah, we'll see.
Wait for some confirmation.
Wait for confirmation, exactly. Obviously, it's going to be the news event that's going to help us a little bit here with the direction, because we could be just going sideways here. Yeah.
It's almost like fuel. Sometimes the news events can be fuel for the market to either go higher or lower.
Yeah, they are actually, they're driving the market, and buyers and sellers and the algorithm and all that such. Yeah.
Well, so far we are just trading above holding above the VWAP on the 5-minute chart. So far, it's still looking bullish.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, the 4-hour candles look completely different at the moment.
The 4-hour?
Yeah, like NQs look like a little weak. It's weaker, and ES is just like not really giving a crap. So, so about to get that candle close. No, we didn't. Did we get it? Okay, we almost got it. But the 15-minute did not show. It respected this gap as well. So I don't know. Maybe just lean bullish. Play this inverse right here, back up to the highs. Could be putting on something like this. You need to close above though. So
yeah, ES and YM, they're looking different.
Yeah.
Than NQ. NQ's trying to catch up.
Let's see. Let me check the low time frames on. Yeah.
Oh, it is time for the debate.
The debate, everybody. Let's do this, everybody. This is going to be awesome, I think.
Let's go. Okay, Nick will be debating higher time frames are better, and Tom is debating the side of lower time frames are better.
Let's get bamboozled, everybody.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom. Knock it out.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So
let's go.
Let's go. First of all, lower time frame, right? So eventually we are all day traders, right? Everybody knows that. Day trading, I mean, We want to be quick. We want to make that money real quick. And it's only possible, most likely, on the lower time frames. We don't really want to sit throughout the day at the charts like 10 hours, 12 hours, whatever. Trading on the lower time frame chart means that you can select which market suits you the best. Like, are you a European trader, US trader, Asia market trader, whatever? Select that 1 hour that you want to trade throughout the day. I mean, we all have jobs, family, businesses, whatever you want to do. Now, the best way, and you can always find setups, always, every single days, these patterns that we're chasing, we're after, let it be just a smart money concept, an indicator, whatever it is that you're looking for. If you go down on the lower time frame, you will see it. I can almost guarantee you, obviously I cannot say something like that, but these patterns are always there on the lower time frames, which mean 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minutes. I'm not saying go down to the seconds chart because obviously you're going to be a nerve wrack, but I would say 1 minute to 2, 3, 5 minute. Hey, that's what you need to go to. You look at that 1 hour that you want to trade. You select your entry model, obviously with a lot of back testing, and you just go in and get out quickly, in and out, surgically. Let's go and just take the money, make the money, take the money. First, make the money, take the money, get out. And you don't need to be there all day. Like, for example, Nick is going to say something about higher time frame. He's going to be at the charts all day analyzing, like, hey, what's going on in the universe? In this case, you don't have to. You just have to focus on, in the near future term, like, hey, we have the market that the highest volatility after 9:30 or 10 a.m. All you need is 1 hour. Get in and get out quickly. Only possible on the lower time frames. All right. So make the money, take the money. I don't really have anything else to say about this because it's so obvious. So this is my point. Booyah. Thank you.
Boom, boom. Take the money. Make the money, take the money.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, I mean, Tom says some great points, but majority of people, when they do trade and they do come into this game, they lose, right? So 90% of people lose. I can guarantee you, he can't. He was like, almost this, almost that, almost this. Like 90% of people, when they lose, I'm guarantee you, they lose like starting off at like taking a 15-minute or a 5-man trade, right? And then what happens? Right, they start drop down to lower time frames, lower, and then like just trying to make sense of something. Whereas like maybe just get that one and done trade and just be done, whether you lose or win. So in higher time frames, you're always going to have a little bit more confirmation, unless you get some sort of event that just comes in there, a news event. It just completely just wipes everything out in terms of, like a daily candle or something. But your best bet, especially if someone's starting off, is going to be like trading those higher time frames and just trusting that analysis on there. And then once you get a little bit further along, maybe you can drop down to lower time frames and try to find those setups on there once you become disciplined trading those. But starting off, you can't be dropping down on 1 minute charts all the time and trading. It has a lot to do with personality, but at the same time, there's a lot of noise on that 1 minute chart, the 30-second chart, or 2 minute, whatever it is. So yeah, that's my argument.
All right.
Jab, jab, punch. I heard. Okay.
Valid points. I like it. All right. We'll see.
Both had many good valid points. Let's get a poll up to see who won. So everyone can vote. And the winner of the debate gets to pick a trader to win a 150K pro account today.
We like the big accounts there. The granddaddy account.
What time frames do you both trade off of mostly?
5 and the 15-minute. I'll take you on the 1, but like I said in my Twitter post, I've been doing this for 7 years, and like almost 5 full time, so a little bit different. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm usually trying to, reduce myself to the 5-minute charts, but maybe I'm like that extra dopamine shot that I'm chasing every day. But anyway, I like to trade on the 1 minute still, especially when I'm scalping. But yeah, somewhat 50% based on 1 minute, 50%. The entry itself is based on the 5 and the 1 minute, so 50-50. But this one of the smaller goals this year is to try to reduce myself as much as possible to 5 or 15-minute entries.
Tom is doing He's not going lower; he's going higher. So.
But not that like, I mean, looking the 15-minute levels. Hold on, I haven't finished yet. I'm looking for the 15, because that's what I'm looking for the 15-minute supply demand zones, 5-minute supply demand zones. But as soon as the market starts to move into my direction, I don't care if I'm on a 1-minute chart or the 2-minute, 3-minute. I mean, obviously, if I see that fair value gap, I'm jumping in on the lower time frame, and I'm going for it. As long as the risk to reward ratio is positive, in my terms, it's good. So that's what I'm doing. But yeah, that's why I was saying earlier, like I'm still watching that hourly supply zone higher at 692, but usually I look no more than 15 minutes in that particular session, let it be London, New York. So, but yeah, we're all going to stay at 5 or lower. Who knows?
5 or lower. Traders, type in chat, what time frame is your favorite time frame for trading?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what everyone says.
Yeah.
I mean, we can say that there are time frames that we do need to do higher time frame analysis, right? Because that's part of trading. You got to check the daily charts. You got to check the 4-hour chart. You got to check the hourly, etc. But yeah, as for day trading, of course, it's a must. We need to understand higher time frame context. But there's so many entries, so many possibilities on the lower time frames and I must say again, I'm not trying to, say that it's a bad thing, because I actually debating next to the smaller time frame. But again, I'm just saying that these patterns, these setups are much more repeatable on the lower time frames once you know what to do. And Nick said, like, it's kind of subjective. It depends on your personality, of course. And if you can manage the risk, if you can handle those losses, because there could be more losses, obviously, if there's more setups, lower time frames, we have that extra noise there could be some trouble. But if you can handle it, if you're that kind of person in trading, then go for it. But yeah, I'm seeing
a lot of 5-minute. Lots of 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm seeing it too. A lot of 5-minute entries or traders there. Good.
Oh, okay. Let's look at who won the debate. Thank you, everyone, for voting. 59% voted Nick won the debate with higher time frame.
Congratulations. You know what? I think that's a good result, and I congratulate to Nick. I just wanted to say, and of course, this debate is good for both of us, and we have valid points. But now that we actually had the vote, I must say that it's always safe and it's always good to look for the higher time frames, of course. But I forgot to say, I intentionally, I did not want to say that in my debate section, but yes, if you're more experienced, then only then go for the lower time frame. If you're just starting out, please stay on the 5 and higher. That would be better.
Thank you, Tom. Nick, you won.
Oh my God! I mean, they got to pick a winner, right? On 150K.
Yes. You get to pick a winner to win a 150K pro account from MyFundedFutures. Let's go.
Okay. Let's go. I have to ask a question, right?
Any way you want.
The pressure is on you, at least.
Let's see here. I'll think of something here. I got one.
All right.
What kind of shirt am I wearing today? What's the brand?
Ooh. I've got to take a look. I can't tell.
Everybody zoom in.
Zoom in.
Let's see if anyone's YT Hanes, Gucci,
Versace, Lacoste.
Man, bro. I ain't got no one.
Vans.
Obviously, it's a white shirt, but what's the brand, guys? Come on. I'll throw it up here. Just a normal white tee, but it's a different brand. No, one person's got it. Come on, guys. You guys got this.
Armani, Diesel, Costco, Algo.
Oh my gosh. I thought I wanted to give it away early so I could get back to the charts. So I wanted someone to get it pretty quickly, but not one person's got it. This is turning into a complete disaster.
There's going to be a fashion show, Nick, because of you.
It starts with a K.
Starts with a K.
Yeah, starts with K.
Quick,
Man.
Google K. K t-shirts.
Chat GPT, please help me out.
Literally,
Calvin
I know some people
Klein.
are doing that. Dang.
Kmart.
Kmart.
I don't think it's Kmart.
Is Kmart
Closed,
even
aren't
still
they?
around?
Yeah, I know. I think they closed up shop a long time ago.
Dang, it says it right here, but I know y'all probably can't see it. But
Kabooshed.
Kabooshed.
oh my gosh,
They
I'm gonna
got
give
kabooshed.
it another minute or two. If no one gets it, I'm gonna move on to a different question.
What can it be? I'm so tempted to play, but I'm not eligible.
I almost said like I think Terry is much better in these fashion topics.
No.
I mean,
Oh, okay.
it's super,
Someone got it.
simple. He has a
Someone got
white
it. Someone
T-shirt.
got it.
Everybody.
Someone got it. Dan Johnson 6416. Dan Johnson 6416.
Awesome.
That was a tough one. Congratulations, Dan.
I was. We were sweating.
Was it really that? I just wanted to think of something quick.
What was the brand?
That was Kith. Kith.
I would have never thought of that. Never ever.
Someone got it. Took a while.
Congratulations.
6146. Where's he at? I mean, it's not like it's a crazy like design. It's like $60. Like, it ain't nothing crazy, but like, I just thought someone would get it. No.
Dan Johnson 6416, Nick.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got him.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
That was a fun one. That was hard.
Actually, that was hard. Yeah.
Yeah, that took a while.
It did. Look at this market. We're still waiting for the news. I want to hear what you think about the situation, Nick. What do you think? Is this news is going to be like a higher impact thing? Because I always say like the survey type of news don't really do anything for us. But so what are you looking for? Are we going to drop finally, or we're going to be bullish?
I was actually telling some people in Discord, like I pay attention to news in 2 minutes because what's happening right now in the 5-minute chart and the 15-minute is we got this 5-minute gap right here, and then you have this 15-minute. So it's kind of bouncing in between both of them. So it's kind of conflicting at the moment. However, NQ is ES is going higher. So honestly, you can't really make a guess yet. Honestly, because that's what it will be. It will just be a guess. So I need more confirmation. I want to see this go lower here and then sweep this swing low right here, or get below it and close below it, and then look for a short. If it goes higher, a close above this gap here would be enough, and then you could even use this right here. You could use this OB, this order block up here to then target up to previous day high. So. But at the moment, it's kind of a little choppy. We did have the move from 930 to 935, but that's about it. So here's news. And I gotta head out here. Restart my computer. Having some issues, but I will. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Yes, I did pay $60 for a T-shirt. I don't know what to tell you.
Let's go. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you so much, Nick. All right. So go on.
Oh, so news just came out.
Yeah, we're having the news, but no big effect for now. So we want to know the numbers.
Yeah, let me pull up the numbers. It looks like it's lower than expected. It came in at 47.9. The forecast was 48.3. The ISM manufacturing PMI.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, look at the 5-minute chart. It just looks so terrible. All these candles, we're seeing the candle 945 is basically at the so-called mother bar here, and it's just all the other candles are right inside in the middle, but I don't really know what to do. But anyway, we are here and the Tom and Terry show. Let's start the show. So
let's go. I am still sitting in that short, Tom.
Well, you're still in that short. All right.
Yeah, it's getting pretty comfy at this point. I'm just like, oh, okay. It's not doing much. It keeps going above, below my entry here. My TP is above high of day, and then I'm looking for I'm sorry, my stop loss is above high of day, and my TP is, we're looking for a retracement back to the midnight open price. So just betting on the probabilities.
It's looking good, actually. I'm a little bit disappointed about that. Like, it didn't go for that 692. It might go there in the PM session. Who knows? Because we are still in this. Let me zoom in on the 5 minute, because we're still in this doji candle on the 5 minute.
No, my goodness.
Yeah. So if we close higher, I might going to give my last shot for this and for a long position. If not, then I might go into this is going to be a scalp trade anyway. So but I need, like, let me just go down to the 1 minute. So yeah, this looks terrible. So I need an up or down close candle getting out from this box. So basically, if I have an up close candle, which is not like closing out like up at 670 something or whatever, then I might try to scalp it. The same goes the opposite way. There's a 5 minute demand zone lower, and I do like that 520 level. Yeah, if I see something happening here, I might take it, and that's going to be my final try for the session, because 2 losses now. Obviously, small losses. I gave back some of my profits actually, but I don't want to give back more.
Okay, we shall see.
I'd really hope that it's just going to take the elevator down for your trade.
But thank you, but it might not.
Well,
and it's okay, because I'm betting on the probabilities, right? So Friday we did get a retracement back to that midnight open. Today, hopefully we get it, but we might not. It is over 70% of the time over the past 6 months we do get a retrace back to that midnight open in NQ during New York. And it's a stronger correlation with it working on the short side. If we open above the price compared to the long side, the statistics is like in the 60%. So I do like it, but I see it though. It is, look at YM. It is pumping higher. ES is also at the highs.
Yeah. And ES also can, it's difficult to say. Feels like if I zoom out on the 1 and the 3 and the 5 minute, like ES is kind of accumulating some positions and might want to go to a 69.51-ish area. And if it does, then it's going to, there you go. ES just made a small push here. As long as it's going to push higher, it's going to pull NQ with it. So that being said, I entered a long position on NQ, and it's going to be interesting to see what's happening here.
Oh, I like your long. I do like this.
This is the entry. Hold on. The entry is 628.5. So my Ninja Trader is a little bit messed up right now, but I'm going to 628.5 is my entry. So I'm going to put it here on TradingView, and that's my entry. And my stop is going to be somewhere down at 556.50. Yeah. So this is my trade so far.
I'm going to take a look at the VIX. VIX is coming down. It's up 2.34% since Friday's close, but it is coming down. So that's good for longs, that the VIX is coming down. Not good for my short.
Not good for your short. Oh, no.
Short. We are trading above VWAP on the 5 minute chart. It is looking good for the longs. We do have this inside bar, and it did. If anyone took the first inside bar short, you would have got tagged in and you would have lost if your stop was 1 for 1. And the reversal is working so far on that first inside bar.
So basically, as you were saying, we are in a point of control, right? Right now.
Yeah, it looks like the new point of control is around 600.
600. All right.
So we're just trading above it right now.
Okay, this would be interesting to see how it develops.
What a tricky day.
It is.
My goodness.
I must say that it is. It is a tricky day, and I just don't know. I just don't know what would be the best solution to handle this. Yeah, it is tricky. It is tricky.
It's so tricky. So now we're trading back within that 5-minute opening range candle. The 15-minute or people still haven't been taken in yet. So the market is, at least on Q, it's definitely trying to figure things out.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Definitely interesting. Looking at this closer, it might. I feel like this could have been a fake breakout here, but which is not so good for me. But yeah, kind of feels weird that it's not going. It's not willing to push it higher. So
you like to read price action. I've noticed, Tom.
Yeah,
like you'll kind of get a feel for how price is moving.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it has to do a lot with candlestick formations, etc., and not just smart money concepts, but certain type of candlesticks, higher time frames as well. First time I ever in my life when I started to learn about trading, that was in 2016, 17, and then I got into trading in 18 when I lost a bunch of money. But the thing is, when I first encountered, I was learning a lot about the higher time frames, and I was learning about these so-called pin bars that I mentioned to you a couple of times. So these bullish bearish pin bars, inside bar setups and stuff like that. And it was kind of interesting. Like I was trying to build up a narrative around those price formations, I would say so. And I still, until this day, I do enjoy the candlestick charts. I do think that the doji candles, inside bars, engulfing candle patterns, those things are pretty important, even in day trading, not just higher time frame analysis, but even in intraday trading, that could be important because it kind of gives you an idea like, okay, we're seeing an engulfing candle pattern. We're seeing a bullish pin bar. Okay, there's rejection. There's retracement or a bounce, or, oh, there's an engulfing pattern here. Okay, that could mean that price might go lower. And because that's what we're doing throughout the day. We're kind of trying to read the narrative. If the narrative lines up with those levels that you're targeting on your analysis, that's your green light that, okay, maybe we should jump into the trade and take it. And when I got to smart money concepts and ICT stuff, I'm not like a core member of ICT or whatever, but I did learn a lot from smart money concepts even before I knew that ICT was claiming those things. I kind of like the same situation where I could build a narrative around where the day goes by or how it will develop. But once I understood the name of the game is where is the draw on liquidity. That's what's most important. Where is the draw on liquidity? And so once I started to realize that, hey, this is what we need to understand, like where is the draw on liquidity? It will be much more easier to take the trade and to anticipate where you want to see the market go. It will be easier to enter the trade. It will be easier to take the risk once you understand where the market could go. And to understand where the market wants to go, you need to look at higher time frames. So again, I'm going back to this debate. Yes, you need the higher time frames for analysis. Definitely 15-minute, 1 hour, 4 hour chart. When you understand where is that potential liquidity, it could be a fair value gap, it could be a swing high, swing low, whatever, a pivot point, whatever is that you're looking for. If you understand how those levels are going to be taken or being hit, then these candlesticks price action patterns would make much more sense. So as the day goes on, as the hour goes on, and you're seeing the candles printing, I think that's the best indicator, quote unquote indicator, is the candle itself, because it's really showing the most updated information of what's happening in the market. But again, I'm sorry, I just get carried away in this. There's so many ways to understand candles and candlestick formations and price action patterns. It's the same thing that I was talking earlier, like with the fundamentals. We can totally say a different narrative on fundamentals, just like we're looking at the same candlesticks. We can come up with a totally different story, in my opinion here. And here's my trade. So, for example, let me just put a rectangle here. This here is a 1 minute supply zone. And once we, for example, this kind of tells me that, hey, market tried to push it lower at the open. And once we get above that 673, which because the top, and this is the 1 minute time frame. So this is just a small narrative that I have. Once we can get above that supply zone, that would be an absolute green light that we should be getting into that 1 hour supply zone. So maybe that would be a good point to add a little bit of an extra to the position and make it heavier and just go for it. Anyway, I kind of go on with this as the candles are printing, but that's why on the 1 minute chart, the 2 minute chart, 3 minute, actually, I'm not even using the 2 minute chart. I'm kind of going with the 3 minute, 5 minute. But if I see something developing for in this case, a supply zone, I just put it there and I'm trying to read, okay, what does the market trying to do here? Is it trying to go through? It's kind of having a hard time. There could be my narrative, and this is not ICT, this is not smart money, whatever. I just came up with this myself. I'm not going to copyright it or anything, but in my understanding, there has to be orders in this order block or supply zone, whatever you guys want to call it. There has to be orders in this rectangle here. That's why it's having a hard time to push through. So I don't have Bookmap or anything, but I have this idea that sellers are trying to push it down in this zone. And that's why it's having a hard time going through. And that's why I'm saying once we go through 672, it should be easily pushing through 700, I think. Anyway, I'm
it's like a wall. It's like a wall.
Yeah, almost like a wall, because partially that's the purpose of these order blocks and supply zones and demand zones. Basically, a block of orders or a wall of orders. And yes, we don't see them per se, but those orders are being held there, or those levels are being protected by buyers, sellers. In this case, sellers wants to push it down. Again, some might be smiling on this or laughing at this. And this is why I'm saying this is the way I like to understand what's happening. It kind of helped me many, many times. I like the way it is. I don't want to change anything on the view that I have. It took me like years I was repeating the same analysis, the same kind of narrative every single day. Like I'm trying to read the same way the market. And after a certain amount of time, it just came as a reflex, and I saw this happening so many times. For example, so this bearish order block, bearish order block and supply zone. I saw this happening so many times as price was struggling here, trying to push it through. Sellers are holding it, but yeah, they are going to fail because these levels, that's why I always said, I said it many months ago as well, zones are meant to be broken. I always say that. And once price is fighting here and pushing, and I'm not saying 100% it's going to happen, but like I would say most of the time, like 60-70% of the time, these zones like to be broken, or at least, I would say it should be tagging that 672 right now. Yes, now it's got pushed back. It's going to pick up some more orders and maybe try one more time. So that's why I jumped into this trade. I want to see this zone being taken out, basically. I want to see it being destroyed completely. Yeah.
Destroyed.
And just the extra layer of confluence is that we have that 1 hour absolutely beautiful textbook supply zone up there at 692. That's such a beauty. I mean, I would print it out my wall or something, because that's an absolutely textbook supply zone at 692. And this is why when I saw this, like, okay, it should be getting rid of. And right now price is fighting. And this is like what ICT traders call high resistance, liquidity run, and I get it. And this is exactly what happens. It's struggling. It's very hard to go through for price to go through on this level. Once it does, and once we have the first up close candle, it should be speeding up the process, and we should be getting above 700. If it fails, because yes, it can fail, then at least I will know I was wrong. But still, most of the time I see this happening. So I like to read the market like this.
Yes. Who else uses the candle formations to help you read the market?
I'm actually curious how many of you guys are reading candle formations, even on higher time frames. I'm actually curious about that because I think, and if you're starting out in trading, especially in day trading, whichever concept are you guys going to use, ICT, indicators, support, resistance, whatever is that gets closer to your personality. I think going through the basic candlestick formations is a must. That's like absolutely, that's a mandatory thing. You have to go through candlesticks. I think that's my personal opinion. So.
Yeah, candlesticks, it is very interesting. I heard what you said about how you can see in the candlestick, like what is happening. Does the price get rejected? Does it get accepted? Are they enthusiastic, or are they very disappointed? Yeah, you see it in the pattern of the candlestick.
Exactly. So how about you? Are you looking for certain candle, or were you looking for certain candlestick formations, or are you implementing some of those? I know, of course, you're trading the inside bar setup, but what else is there?
Yeah, I do like that pin bar idea. Looking for, is it called like a hammer? And hammer? Yes, I do like that pattern, because when I have seen it, especially after a really big run, waiting for a reversal signal, I do love that. Like looking for some type of reversal candlestick.
Yeah.
And the more I'm paying attention to that, the more I see it. Your long is looking good, Tom.
Well, so far, as I said, it's going to be a struggle for the market, I think, and I would be not surprised if there would be some drops here, even back below. I mean, back to drawdown. But I feel like they want to destroy this zone. They want to get rid of it, and we'll see what happens. And by the way, I just remember who was that? First time actually. That was 2000. Oh my gosh, it was such a long time ago. 2007, 2008, when I started to learn a little bit more about candlesticks. Now, the first course that I took, and the website is still on, but it's not about that right now. There's a guy called Niall Fuller. Niall Fuller, and he's from Australia, and he was the first one that I encountered. He still has a website coming up with 4-hour and daily patterns, like inside bars, pin bars. He was calling these pin bars fakies, like the fakie setup. And I learned a lot about these hammers or pin bars. And anyway, so I'm just saying that was the first time I learned about candlestick formations, but as I said, most likely on the higher time frames. But it's just interesting how these formations are actually really good on even the 5-minute, the 15-minute charts, the hourly charts. So yet there is more noise on the 1 minute. I get it. And that's why we need some guidelines. In this case, I like to have the zones, and I like to have these levels and etc. But it's amazing how I'm seeing these setups repeating themselves, like on the lower time frames as well.
Yeah, I got out of my short, Tom, because I do like this push here, what you were sharing with us. It's looking like it's trying. And I do see that inside bar. Another inside bar did print on NQ, and it take traders on the long side. So I'm like, get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Get me out of here.
I'm not liking it. Yeah, we shall see. It looks like we are trading above the opening price of NQ. So that is more bullish. It's taken us such a long time.
It is, and that's why this is typically a high resistance liquidity run. It's really going to have a hard time if, and that's a big if it makes it above, again, let me see the level level would be 673.25 on the micro, and we definitely need an up close candle, so not just a wick. We need an up close candle above that level. It's high resistance liquidity run, so I was assuming that it's going to be a bit of a struggle here, but again, once we have that up close candle, it's not just going to be 692. We have the nice round number of 700. I know we talked about the round numbers. I still believe in round numbers, especially if we have like a lack of volume in the markets. Like now it's a little bit sideways action here. I think round numbers are absolutely magnetic, psychological levels, as we say. So once we get to that, 680, whatever level, there could be a very quick push to 700. But yeah, right now we're having a bit of a drop here, and I'm not surprised on this at all. I am absolutely not surprised on this drop. That's why this is going to be my last trade for the day, because whatever comes out of this, I'm done with this session for now.
Last attempt.
Yeah, last attempt. If I can get out from this one, excuse me, with a profit, I'm just going to be able to recover those profits that I gave back. So right now, it is what it is. But hey, we have these kind of days, and it's only Monday, so there's so many things to do.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting, though, that NQ has been holding around. Right now, we're up 1%. YM is holding at 1.2, 1.3%. ES is 0.6869% with that war news. So I think that's very interesting. And this 9 a.m. news candle, Central Time, so that's 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So far, we are trading above that news candle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it might just be that type of day where it's just like going to slow grind, take people's money.
Yeah, typical. And by the way, I just forgot to ask around you guys in the chat, or you, Terry. I don't know if how many of you are trading crude oil. It was. I'm gonna stay hydrated. I'm don't worry. The thing is, I don't know how this Venezuela thing is going to affect crude oil. I think I guess the market's already priced in, but if anyone has some analysis or insight about that or anything, just let us know, because I'm genuinely curious. I never traded crude oil. But I'll try it on the technical side here and there. In London, it's almost worthless, because not worthless, but too many gaps, lack of volume. It's not possible. And I mostly trade a lot in London as well. And the New York session, I only focus on NQ. So I tried it a couple of times, but I never really, dived into it too much. So how about you?
Yeah, I used to trade it often. I saw it go negative in the futures market.
Okay.
I cannot believe crude oil went negative in the futures market.
Yeah.
Like, who knew that futures contracts can go negative? It was such a surprise. I wasn't trading that day, but I was trading, right? If you're watching the markets, even though you're not in a trade, I was watching, and I could not believe my eyes. It was because it was during 2020, I believe. And it was during COVID and all the oil tankers. There was no place to store the oil. So that's what drove the prices of crude way down, because companies had to pay extra money to store the oil in ships, and then there weren't any ships to store it in, and so the price of holding oil was so expensive, it just tanked. I couldn't believe it, Tom. I was like, my gosh.
I was actually sitting in my car, and I remember I was watching my phone like, this is not possible. I was calling one of my friends like, do you see this, or this is just a technical error or whatever? And he said, yes, we're seeing this. I said, take some screenshots, because it's going to be historical. And yes, I was reading that. It's kind of crazy that they were paying money for the ships to hold that oil, just circle around and hold it. And that was crazy.
Right? It was like, oh man, I wish I had a place to put the oil, because it's so cheap. It's so cheap.
Yeah. Oh, that was absolutely interesting times. And I don't know. Hopefully we're not see that particular thing again, but that was something I think nobody got prepared for, and the market were definitely not prepared for that kind of situation.
Yeah, no one was prepared for that. And I believe they did cancel some trades, but I'm guessing a lot of trades were like honored. So some people probably got an incredible deal if they went long, and then I imagine a lot of people got liquidated too.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
And that's an example of you can actually owe a broker money
Oh, yeah.
more than what you actually put into your account. And that is like the risk disclosures. Like you can lose more than what you actually are risking because
Definitely.
they might not be able to get you out quickly enough to protect your account.
Yeah, so guys, just saying like, just because, I mean, yeah, we are trading on simulated accounts, but imagine like there's no guarantee even on a real brokerage cash account that in a very rare market occasion when the market is just flying or dumping down, like they are not guaranteeing that you're going to get filled on that stop loss price or whatever. So that could be some really crazy situations happening. And yeah, so by the way, and this is one of the many reasons why it's not just about the simulated account, but now you guys have the safety of, not having to invest a lot of money into a real cash account. This is why we love MyFundedFutures. And of course, you got the leverage because that is actually what you're paying for at MyFundedFutures and basically every prop firm in this space. But the thing is, that is what you're paying for. You're buying leverage. You're buying power. That is what you're investing, and without risking more money. Oh, look at that. It's going higher.
It is going higher. Let's go. It's
All
going to make a new high of day here. Oh, it did make a new high of day.
Yeah. I'm hoping that my TP still has not been hit, but 689, who knows? Maybe later. Actually, you know what?
Let's go. Maybe
you know
what?
Go. I am closing this down because let's wait a little bit more. I'm closing it down. I don't care. I made back my losses, everybody. Thank you.
Great trade, Tom.
Thank you. We made it back. All right. I think I should not be teasing any more trades today, but still, I think that the level is 692, should be going into that 700-ish area. So we'll see.
Let's go. Corey the Phone Trader and Pine Tree Traders say W's for Tom.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Corey and Pine Tree, what's up? Oh my gosh, time flies. I just see it right now.
It really does fly. So we have Ash Trades back in the house.
Yeah, everybody, lots of W's for Ash because, oh my gosh, so many questions like throughout the last couple of weeks, like, where is Ash? And guys, Ash was working relentlessly on some upgrades that we're going to have at MyFunded TV. I'm just teasing you guys because it's going to be awesome. But Ash is always working in the background relentlessly.
Yes, exactly. Working so hard for all of us. We're so happy. Ash, we cannot wait to have you back. Everyone, please give a very warm welcome back for Ash Trades.
Yeah.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back. Very excited to get on here with you all. New year, new opportunity to keep gaining more conviction in our business. What's up, chat? Welcome back. Hello. Just going to take some time to welcome everybody into my segment before I get into any of the information, but I'm very excited to get back on here with everybody. I hope all the holidays went well. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas if you celebrated Christmas. I hope all the holidays went well. I hope you got a lot of time to reset, recharge, spend some time with some family, do something good for the soul. And now it's time to crush 2026. So, happy holidays. Welcome back to the new year. Who is ready to crush 2026? I know I am. So, let's take some time to welcome everybody into the segment, and then we'll get into some of the information here. Let's see who we have here today. Good morning, Goku. Good morning, Rote. Good morning, Zahid. Good morning, Liam. Good morning, Colt. Bilo, what's up? Smoke Trades, good morning. Yusuf, good morning. Green, good morning. Corb Trades, good morning. Melvin, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. As you can see, I got a new setup here. So no longer going to be able to be looking at you guys. The camera is over there now. So chat's over here, charts over here. So won't be able to make that beautiful eye contact with you guys all the time because I got to stay up to date with chat, stay up to date with the charts. Let's see who else is here this morning. Ryan, good morning. The piano's gone. Yep. Sorry to tell you, but pretty much they told me if it's not being used, it's got to go. They said it was collecting dust. They said it's time to put it on Facebook Marketplace. Get it out if you're not using it. So we got a new setup. Extraordinary Cave Trader, what's up? How are you doing today? Internet Explorer, how are you doing today? Nick, good morning. Corey the Phone Trader, Happy New Year. Hope all is well. Angel, good morning. Abhishek, how are you doing today? Emma, good morning. Ads, good morning. Bob, good morning. I'm going to trade, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? So, before we get into the information, I do want to go over some New Year's resolutions. First thing I have to say is new year, new you. This is your chance to wipe the slate clean and focus on implementing your process to the best of your abilities. Make this year the year. Stop waiting, okay? The discipline that you've been waiting for, it needs to start now, okay? The model that you've been researching, the model that you've been putting together and back testing, that needs to start now, okay? We can't wait any longer. We need to implement our process to the best of our ability. We need to implement strict risk management to the best of our ability, okay? 2025 is in the past. If you weren't able to control your emotions, control your risk, control your trades, that's in the past. It was a learning experience, and I'm glad that you got the learning experience. The learning experience is what builds the conviction. Okay, so take that learning experience and implement it now. Don't get me wrong, okay? I understand that no human is perfect, okay? So if we still make mistakes, don't ruin the rest of your business, okay? It's not that we're not going to make any mistakes this year, but what I'm getting at here is now is time to have a written game plan, a set amount of expenses to income ratio, a defined risk management system that you know exactly how much you're willing to risk, how you're going to risk, and how you're going to execute that risk, okay? This is not a guessing game anymore. All right. We've gathered the data over the past year, right? We were showing up on live stream every single day of 2025. Now put that experience to the test. Okay. So let's see it. I want to hear it from you too, chat. What are some goals this year, right? If you haven't passed that funded account yet, let's start there. Let's make the first goal getting into a funded account. If you've already passed the funded account and you're in if you've already passed the eval and you're in a funded account, now is time to get to that first payout. Okay, let's set the roadmap. Let's define it right now so that when we're doing it during the time of, we know what we should be looking for. We know what part of the process that we need to be implementing. Okay, so let's go through a couple of those scenarios. I want to make sure that we have a very clear game plan heading into 2026. That way we understand how to execute. Okay, the more defined it is, the clearer understanding you're going to have, and the less decisions you need to make during the time of. Okay, so just a quick analysis, and then we're going to do some goal setting as we're watching price develop. Okay, we're going to do all of our assets so that we have a weekly outlook, and then we're going to go into your goal setting. So you have the next 10 minutes or so. Write out your goals, make them very defined, and when I come back to chat, let's enter them into chat, okay, so that we can talk about it. I'll get through the analysis. I'll do the weekly outlooks. That way we're creating a game plan so that we understand what we're looking for. I'm going to start on Euro because we mainly watch NQ and ES. So I would like to finish on NQ and ES. All right. First things first, I'm on the daily chart. I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. And we can see that Euro clearly just tapped into a bullish FEG. And we're getting a rejection from it. So, very simple question. Are we finding support here? Are we going to bounce from the bullish FEG? That's what I'm looking for on Euro. I'll look to see if we can bounce from the bullish FEG and reach towards our first swing high. So making this the first target here. After that, we'll look at these highs in here. Okay, so that's what I'll be looking at for a weekly outlook on Euro. Outline this a little bit more, right? So we're looking for this to act as support and now get bullish price action to these targets. Okay, so that's what I'll be looking at on Euro. Let's head over to the dollar. The dollar is currently sweeping out a swing high into a bullish FEG. Excuse me. The dollar just swept out a swing high into a bearish FEG. See, I'm a little bit rusty, chat. Too much time taken off for the new year. A little rusty. That's okay. Either way, we're getting a clear rejection. You can see that we're getting a wick forming here at the bearish bias location. Okay, so let's see if the swing high can reject price and send price lower there for the dollar. All right, so I'm looking at this as a internal to external move. The internal being the bearish FEG. It's getting rejected from it, and we'll look to see if we can target some swing lows. All right, so here's the weekly outlook for the dollar. Will that be resistance? If it is resistance, we can target the swing lows. All right. Very simple stuff here. Swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Oil. Oil has been dealing with this bullish FEG for too long at this point. Right? We found support here. We found support here. Finding support in here now. So is this going to act as support for higher prices? Right? You have this swing high here to target. You have this swing high here to target. That's what I'll be looking at for oil. Daily bullish FEG, trying to provide support. See if we can target the swing highs. Okay. So now we have euro. Now we have the dollar. Now we have oil. Let's hop over to NQ and ES. NQ and ES. Here we have ES. ES tapped into a bullish FEG here. It's also creating a swing low here. And now it's reaching higher. So I'll be looking for the swing high to be the target. You have this bearish FEG as well that you need to keep your eyes on, right? Do we get any form of rejection there? Okay, so I would be using those two areas as targets, the bearish FEG and the swing high, from the idea that the bullish FEG is providing support for higher prices. Okay, so looking to see if the bullish FEG will provide support for higher prices on ES and NQ. Now, NQ doesn't look the best compared to ES. Why does it not look the best? Because of this right here. NQ came down and closed the candle below the bullish FEG, and there was some bearish SMT here. Remember that bearish FEG that I pointed to on ES? Notice how NQ tapped into that bearish FEG already back on Friday. Bearish SMT there, right? This is bearish SMT. NQ took out these highs while ES did not take out these highs. Okay, so NQ doesn't look as clear as ES looks. ES definitely looks much cleaner. It has a clear target for both the FEG and the swing high, and it's beautifully respecting the bullish FEG. So in terms of having conviction, there's more conviction in the bullish bias here on ES compared to NQ, but we will watch the same bias there on NQ. We'll look to see if they can target the swing high. We will look to see if the bullish FEG is acting as support. Okay, so that is the weekly outlook for all of the assets that I cover. If you have any questions about that, feel free to throw it in chat. We'll go over any questions or comments, and then I want to go back to the goal setting. So let me get back up here to chat, and let's see what we have. Alrighty, let's see what we have, chat. At what point do you think the FEG is not good anymore? When it gets invalidated, right? So FEG gets closed below. All right, that's exactly why I'm saying NQ does not look as good as ES. Right, so this is still valid because price has not closed a candle below it. Compared to NQ, notice how a candle closed below it. When there's candle closures past the FEG, that's when it becomes invalid. So this is valid. This one got invalidated. See the difference there? See the difference there? Good morning, Ash. Hey, good morning, Saju. How are you doing today? Jip Smith, good to see you again. Happy New Year's, Ash. Happy New Year's to you, too, the Punisher. Good to see you again. wait and see if there's any questions that come across for the weekly outlook. And then we're going to go back to some goal setting for 2026. So while I'm waiting on that, I would love for you all to throw your goals into chat. Tell me what the top 2 or 3 goals you have for 2026. And I will also go over mine as well. My first goal of the year would be to get funded, to learn the market and obtain the conviction on my system. So what part of the process are you in? Are you in the developing a strategy stage? Are you in the back testing a certain strategy? Are you in the stage of purchasing an eval and starting to try that challenge? What part are you in? Because that would change the suggestion that I have here, right? Like if you still don't have a strategy that measures your risk and defines it, then I would say make sure that you develop that strategy first. Make sure you back test that strategy so you can get data on it, then attempt an eval. Okay, so notice how there's a couple steps before instantly jumping into an eval. Can you explain how to interpret SMT? Okay, let's take a look. How to interpret SMT. I'm going to show an example of bullish SMT here. Okay. Ready? How to interpret SMT. First things first is you want to be using correlated pairs. Okay, so when you're analyzing and searching for SMT, I like to use correlated pairs. NQ and ES are correlated. They move the same at the same time. Okay. Next thing that you have to understand is that you want to be using the same 2 points in time for your analysis. Okay. So notice here how I'm analyzing the 10 a.m. swing low and the 11 a.m. swing low. You want to make sure you're analyzing the same 2 points in time across both of the assets. So this swing low here formed at 10 a.m. This swing low here formed at 11 a.m. And you want to watch that same exact point in time on the other asset. Okay. Now you can clearly see that on NQ, NQ's price swept the 10 a.m. low. So here's the 10 a.m. low. Price went below it, sweeping out that low. You can see here on ES that price did not go below the 10 a.m. swing low. This is an example of bullish SMT. When 2 correlated assets are doing something different at the same time, that is a divergence, a crack in correlation. This would show strength in the marketplace. This would show that liquidity has been taken at this area. How to interpret this is if I have a bullish bias, right? I get a bias from the daily chart. Let's say that I'm bullish because ES is bouncing from a bullish FEG on the daily chart. Okay, this would be a bullish bias. Then during New York Open, I would want to look for a higher time frame key level. So when being bullish at New York Open, I would like to see price tap into an hourly FEG, an hourly swing low, or a 15-minute FEG, 15-minute swing low. Those are higher time frame key levels that I would want to look for a crack in correlation. Okay, so when I'm bullish at New York Open, I will look at a higher time frame level for a crack in correlation. So higher time frame key level, crack in correlation, then go to a lower time frame searching for an entry function. Now, how to interpret it would be when you're bullish, I want to use the stronger pair. The stronger pair is going to be the pair that makes the higher low, the failure swing, right? It failed to go below this low. Since it failed to go below this low, this looks like the stronger pair. Therefore, I would like to execute on ES. Okay, so how to interpret it? I would want to look for bullish SMT at a higher time frame level during New York Open when I am bullish. If I am bearish and I see bullish SMT, that is conflicting information. If you have conflicting information, then I would say stay on the sidelines and wait. Okay, so see the difference there? SMT is used as a confirmation tool, a confirmation to an already existing idea. The idea is your bias. When you're bullish, when you get bullish SMT, it sounds like now it's the time to execute. Compare that to when I'm bearish and I see bullish SMT, now it sounds like a time to stay on the sidelines and be patient. Okay, so that's how I would interpret SMT and what to do with it. Okay, if that explanation was not clear enough, feel free to throw another question into chat. Now, let's go ahead and do that example on the chart. Okay, so for example, let's take a look at this real quick. Let's take a look at this real quick. All right. So if you were thinking that you wanted to be bullish because you have this, let me get the box out. Right. You have this new week opening gap, right? You would want to try to use that as an area of support, right? For a bullish bias. Well, this is the time where I would say it's not time to be bullish. Why is it not time to be bullish? Because look at the bearish SMT that occurs here. Look at Thursday the 11th to Friday the 26th. Notice how on NQ, we did not go above that high. Notice on ES how we did go above that high. Okay, so this is an example of when not to execute a bullish bias. Price is inside of a bullish FEG, right? So you'd want to be bullish at this location. But the SMT that is currently showing invalidates that idea, right? It's conflicting to that idea. Well, look at what happens thereafter, right? So when you're bullish, you want to see bullish SMT. If you are bullish, like this example here, if you are bullish, but you see bearish SMT, that would be a time to do nothing, right? Because if you're bullish here and you tried longing this, look at what happens. You could have seen that weakness in the marketplace by understanding the SMT. Okay, so there's a full explanation of SMT, how to notice it and how to utilize it. If you have any questions about it, feel free to throw it in chat. Let me hop back over to chat. Completely lost my spot. So let's just start from the beginning. See what we have here. Yeah, trying to find my spot, but I don't know if I will be able to. It looks like, was there a giveaway or something? It looks like there's a bunch of congratulations in there. So let's take a look. All right, yeah, lots of comments, so I don't think I'll be able to follow that one. All right, so let's also get some goal setting in there too. I would love to hear if you could throw some of your goals into chat for 2026. What are some things that you did well in 2025 that you should continue to keep doing in 2026? Additionally, what are some things in 2025 that you need to get rid of so that we can make more progress in 2026? Lastly would be, what are the goals going to be? All right, what are the goals for 2026? I'll go over some of mine. And a lot of you already know me because you've been working with me for quite some time, but it's going to sound familiar. Family and health are always my number one priorities. So heading into 2026, the number one goal is going to be family and health. If I can spend more time with the family, if I can spend more time on health, that will be a huge win for myself. Secondly, once again, for all the people that have been working with me over the past year, you know where I am in the process. I've been working on compounding some accounts. Everybody saw what I did with the MyFundedFutures live account. We did a great job compounding it last year, and that's why that's going to be my second goal this year. Goal of compounding. So it starts with understanding this business and learning how to trade. Once you get that education completed, then you start gaining some experience in back testing, forward testing, or trying some evals. Once you get from the position of executing to consistently making some progress, right? You're moving from the eval now to the funded stage. Once you get to the funded stage, obviously everybody's goal is to get that payout, right? So payouts are amazing. That needs to be everybody's goal. Everybody needs to have a larger income than expenses this year. That is a fact. We all need to work on our expenses and make sure our income is greater than that. Once you get past that goal, that's where the compounding comes in. Okay, so compounding in the sense of your capital, right? Do the same exact thing that you've been doing that got you to the payout, but then do it with larger capital. Okay? The results in that are you're going to have the same strategy, you're going to have the same risk, but you're going to have larger rewards because of larger capital. Okay? So that's my goal. First things first is family and health. Second thing is larger returns through compounding. So we're going to work on compounding this year. And then lastly is discipline and emotional intelligence. Emotional or mental intelligence, in my opinion, this business is truly 80% mental and 20% chart. So every single time you win the war in the mind, you'll win the war in the chart. And that's going to be a battle that happens every single day. So a better understanding of thyself, a better ability of detaching your emotions from the outcome, remaining objective to the information, and remaining process driven. Every time I stepped away from the process because of some kind of emotion, that's where mistakes happen, right? And that's why this is my third goal, is trying to make less mistakes. Nobody's perfect, so trying to be perfect is a very unrealistic expectation, but having some grace with yourself, understanding that you could be perfect 70% of the time and you're going to make mistakes 30% of the time, that makes sense. But bettering myself going into 2026, I want to lessen that. I want to lessen from making mistakes 30% of the time to about 15% of the time or 20% of the time. Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but those are my goals for the year. Family and health, always going to be the number one priorities. Secondly, compounding and getting better within my results in this business. And lastly, bettering the mental and emotional intelligence. So I'm going to hop back over to chat and let's see what you guys have in mind for this year. What's some things that you need to work on and what are some goals for 2026? Let's take a look. Let's see what we got here. To be consistent in my trading. So just make sure that the way that you're measuring consistency is not just one category, right? So for example, consistent in journaling is completely different than being consistent in risk management, right? Being consistent in risk management is completely different than sticking to one strategy. So there's different categories of being consistent. I would dig a little bit deeper into that statement. Right? If you don't journal, you got to journal. Your journal is going to be your best friend, your best learning opportunities. Okay. On top of that, you got to be consistent with your approach to the market, right? If you're always strategy hopping, then you're never going to have clear data on what works and what does not work. And lastly, risk management, but the number one priority out of them all, you have to be consistent in your risk management, or it's going to be extremely hard to make progress in this business. Okay, so dig a little bit deeper into that. To journal every single day, that is a great goal. From personal experience, journaling is the number one location that you'll learn from. Okay, trying to copy somebody else on the internet, that doesn't really work well because you are not them. Okay, you don't have the same abilities as them. You don't have the same mental or emotional intelligence. But journaling every single day, that's something that you control. So you can make the decision every single day to put that time in, to put that effort in. I highly suggest you do so. And when you're journaling, make sure that it's very thorough. It's not just a screenshot of price action, but it's also a screenshot of price action and how you felt during that price action, what you thought during that price action, what occurred at that moment that you were able to identify, and what was the results to your understanding of that information, right? Make it as thorough as possible because it's not just a chart. There's a lot more that goes into it. Very good choice. Very good choice. To keep winning, little vague. I would definitely organize that a little bit more. To be consistent in my trading. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I read that one already. Forecast every trade in 2026. Yes, you should definitely be doing a before, during, and after, right? In your journaling, you should set an expectation, right? Like, what does this information tell me? And what do I think I can do with it? And then the next set of information should be what's occurring during the time of. And then the third set of information should be the results to it. So you definitely want a before, during, and after. Spent 2025 extremely disciplined, worked every day, gym 6 times a week, built 2 sources of income besides trading. First of all, amazing job. Congratulations. Let's keep building on top of that because that is a great foundation. So very, very good job in 2025. Let's bring that momentum into 2026. Very good job there. Goal for 2026 is having a 10K month at least one time this year. Very good job. Setting the bar high, setting your standards where you want them. Be delusional, right? Like, don't limit yourself to what you're capable of. Push the boundaries. Reach for that thing that you want. And don't make it any less than your desires. Because I'm certain that all of us here can achieve anything we put our mind to. What it's going to take is discipline and consistency. Okay? If you can continue to focus on working your hardest every chance you get, I'm certain that you'll be able to reach your goals. So very good goals, very good job in 2025. Let's carry that over into 2026. Ash, everything you said makes sense. I'm just not sure how I'm going to exactly implement that to my chart. But the strategy, you have some correlation to my strategy, so I understand what you're teaching. What's the confusing part? Throw in the chat. Let us know where the disconnect is and where you're saying you're not sure how to exactly implement that to the chart. Throw the part that's confusing in the chat and let's dig into that. Ash, where's the piano? It got repoed. Apparently, they told me that if I'm not going to play it, they're going to take it back. So no more piano. New year, no piano. This is the 2026 thing. Do you trade the pair that swept the low or the one that didn't? I want to be longing the stronger pair. I want to be shorting the weaker pair. You have to understand that the sweep that I'm looking for is the higher time frame level. Okay, so let's go back to this real quick. I believe this question was regarding the SMT. So I'm going to draw it out real quick. Okay, so this SMT here, right? I'm looking for this SMT at a higher time frame level, right? Let's say this is an hour 1 plus FEG. At the hour 1 plus FEG, we get hourly bullish SMT. So now let's say this is hourly bullish SMT. Now you have to understand that this is the higher time frame level. Okay. This is the confirmation that I want to execute a bullish bias from the higher time frame level. Then when you go into a 5-minute chart, I'm still looking for this. I'm still looking for my entry function, right? It's still going to get the sweep. A 5-minute chart is still going to have a sweep when this occurs on an hourly chart. So I'm not changing the model. What I'm doing is I'm looking for this information on a higher time frame chart. I want to align myself with the higher time frame information. The logic that I provide to my decision making comes from the daily chart or the hourly chart, and then I go into a 5-minute chart looking for this. Okay, so I'm not changing the entry function. This remains the same. I still get the sweep of the low. Then I still get the breaker block and the FEG. But the SMT is occurring on a higher time frame. That's the difference there. So I would want to be executing the stronger pair, which would be this one here. And then I go down to a lower time frame looking for this. Very, very good question. Just passed a core account. Let's go. Congratulations. That's exactly how we want to start 2026 right there. Amazing job. Hello, everyone. Hello, how are you? Welcome to 2026. Very nice to see you, and thanks for joining. How long should we spend journaling every single day? So here's my process. I'm not going to say that what I do is the correct way of doing things, but I'll gladly share my information. I think everything is unique to yourself. You're your own individual. You're going to have your own experience. So I think you need to shape it to your day and your abilities and your time, right? Like my daily schedule is not going to be the same as your daily schedule. So the amount of time that we spend on journaling will definitely be different. And that's okay. You should fit it to your abilities. But I like to start the day getting outside, getting some fresh air on my skin, getting some steps in. I need to get the blood flowing. I need to get prepared for the day. I need to make sure I'm ready for business. Okay? Literally getting sun on my skin and getting steps in, that's going to raise the blood, right? The blood's going to start moving. And then I come back, I get a cup of coffee, make sure the energy levels need to be where they are. After that, that's when I start documenting. That's when I get to my communities. I go to Discord, I go to Twitter, and I start documenting. I'm answering questions, holding other people accountable, making sure I'm getting my pre-market analysis done, making sure I'm documenting my bias and getting prepared for the session. Then from 9:30 to 11:30 is my trading session. So the documentation is really from 8:30 a.m. to about 11:30 a.m. That's when I'm documenting my before, during, and after. Then I'll go to the gym. I'll make sure I get my workout done after my session. After that, that's when I'll come back and do a review. Okay, so maybe 3 hours in the morning of real-time documentation, then maybe an hour during the evening of review and learning. That's me. That's what works for myself and my schedule. But, shape it to your own schedule and see what works best for yourself. Separate eval and funded for these swings, though, keeping all accounts with sole core mission and focus this year to be able to collect sample sets of data. Okay, so it looks like you're dealing with both evals and funded, and you're looking to stay in those for as long as possible to collect as much data as possible. Very good idea. Very good idea. To buy a Lambo and be an influencer. Okay, nothing wrong with that. I'm more of a truck guy, so if I had a preference, I'd be buying a truck, but more power to you. The piano was collateral on a losing trade. Yeah, I got liquidated and they said that I had to foot the bill for the piano. Yeah, that was the only thing I was able to sell at the time. Ash, how long do you think it takes an average trader to work on his or her psychology? I personally think that is going to be a forever learning experience, to be completely honest. I don't think there is a set specific amount of time where you can sit there and say, you've gained all the experiences you needed to understand all of the mental and emotional intelligence that happens in this business. I think this business is forever changing and you have to adapt with it. So you're going to learn new things mentally, emotionally in your first year, your second year, your 5th year, your 10th year, your 15th year. You're always going to have new experiences. Yeah, sure, you'll come across some of the same experiences, and that's when you'll be able to execute them better. But I do think that you'll always end up being a student of the market. You should always be willing to learn. You should be always willing to keep gathering more information and experience. Anybody else's Trade-Evate charts not loading? Let's definitely help out Coop there. Is that Coop's Trade-Evate chart or is that Trade-Evate in general? If anybody else could comment on that, that would be greatly appreciated. We definitely have to be aware of any platform issues. That is a form of risk management. We need these platforms to be working properly so that we can be executing properly. Ash, can you leak what you've been working on with the other Matt or in the background of MFTV? I have some very exciting stuff. I have to say, as you guys all saw, the past month, I wasn't on the live stream because I have some very phenomenal stuff coming. So, no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to leak. I'm very excited for it, and I would like the launch to be the time for everybody to see it. So, you're going to have to stick around. That's what it comes down to is we have some very exciting stuff coming to the channel. I'm very excited for what's going to happen in 2026. Some amazing improvements, a lot of community engagement, a lot of new experiences. I think you guys are going to want to check it out when it launches. So definitely stick around. I'm not going to leak, but I think it's something that everybody's going to enjoy. Grateful for today for everybody in the chat and who shows up every day and at MyFundedFutures for the giveaways. Thank you all. Thank you as well, Mr. Prince. That was very kind of you. I'm also very grateful to be here. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to spend this time with all these like-minded professionals who consistently keep showing up, working, and learning this business. So let's keep working. Let's keep learning. Let's make 2026 our best year yet. Thank you as well. Maybe the piano's coming back. The piano has had its time. It's came and gone. It will not be coming back. All right, chat. What do we got for the rest of the day? Let's just do a quick forecast for the rest of the session. I know the first live stream back for this year was a little more in regards to our goals and an outlook for 2026. But let's also take a look at today's action. Today, very slow grind this morning. Very slow grind this morning. Very choppy action at the open, and it's still choppy. I mean, we're not really getting a decisive move. We did go ahead and make a new high of day there. So for all the bulls, very happy to see that. ES definitely looked like it's acting as the stronger pair. Man, all I have to say about this is today looks like a day to be patient. As you can see, I didn't have an execution there. I'm not really looking to instantly blow up, right? My first goal here in 2026 is to remain patient, to continue to prioritize risk management over everything. I'm going to slowly dip my toes in. I'll slowly get prepared for the year. I'm not looking to become impulsive, overtrade. We'll enter the market when something looks very clear, okay? I did have a chance here early in the morning. There was an opportunity here that I just couldn't confirm the opportunity. Why can't I confirm the opportunity? It's this right here. So for everybody that knows me, this is the entry function that I use right here, right? If I'm bullish, I want to see a bullish breaker, okay? We get a bullish breaker right here, but what we don't get is an FEG. So we did not get an FEG that aligned with the breaker, and for that reason, I didn't execute this morning, okay? So the breaker worked out very nicely. Very glad to see that that portion of the strategy worked out, right? It came back into the breaker, found support from it, took a while because it was very indecisive, and then finally made its move to new high of day. That was the opportunity that I was looking for, but within this leg, there was no FEG here. So let me just back that up one more time so that you can see it here. Right? Where's the bullish FEG in this leg that aligns with the breaker? There wasn't one. Okay, so completely okay to start the year patient. That makes me very happy to be able to remain in control of any impulsions, remain in control of my emotions. But with that being said, I'll be flat for the day. We'll see what price wants to do from here. I think price needs to break structure to consider this slow grind coming to an end. This is what I'm trying to say here in terms of what to look forward to for the rest of the day. We have this higher highs and higher lows. We have a trend line here. We've been finding support here the entire way higher. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the 9 or the 21 EMA. So let's take a look real quick. Looks like the 21 here has been providing support for quite some time. And then that is the 9 EMA there on the 5-minute chart. This is what I'm referring to. If this was a trend line, this is what I would need to see a decisive break of before considering this trend to be over. Okay, so for the rest of the day, let's see what you guys think. What are your predictions? Are you still looking for higher prices? So throw a 1 in chat if you think the bulls are not done today. Throw a 2 in chat if you think the bulls have no more fuel, that we're going to see lower prices after this. What do you guys think? What's your prediction for today, chat? 2 for lower prices, 1 for higher prices from the current location. What are we looking for moving forward for the rest of the session? Are you still looking for higher prices, or are you looking for lower prices? Type 1 in chat for higher prices. Type 2 in chat for lower prices. What do you think? Okay, handful of bulls. Good amount of bulls, mostly bulls. Couple 2s in there as well. Couple 2s in there as well. Couple good questions too, so let me also get to those. As a beginner of your strategy, should I focus on the daily, to the hourly to the 5 minute? Or should I focus on the daily to the 15 minute to the 1 minute? Very good question. I think you should focus on the daily, using the daily as your bias. Hourly, the hourly would be the higher time frame. This is where you're looking for key levels and SMT. Match these key levels with your bias. Match the SMT with that as well. Then, using the 5 minute chart for entry functions. I would be using this right here, and I'd be using all of this at New York Open. If you're in Europe, if London Open is a better time for you, London Open is also the other time that I would be looking. I'm from the US. I'm on the East Coast of the US, so New York Open is what works best for me. But the reason why I'm saying that is the 1 minute chart has a lot of fake outs. Okay? The 1 minute chart, look at how many more price fluctuations it has compared to the 5 minute chart. Right? We're going down here. Then we change direction. We start consolidating here. Then we start moving higher here. Okay, so it looks like it has 3 different directions here. Down, sideways, then up. Compared to the 5 minute chart, the 5 minute chart looks like it's been going higher the entire morning. Right? This looks like a very clear trend. Ever since London low, it's been making higher lows and higher highs. Okay, so in my opinion, there's a lot of information overload that occurs on the 1 minute chart. And that's why I'm saying I'd, as a beginner, look at the 5 minute chart. Don't get lost in the information overload that occurs on the 1 minute chart. Very good question. Five minute is ugly for me today. Yep, I would actually agree with that. There's nothing here on the 5 minute chart that I was able to take advantage of at New York Open, right? So here's New York Open right here, right? Ever since New York Open on the 5 minute chart, we did not get one of these right here. That also explains why I have no executions here this morning, right? So I'm more than okay with starting the year patient. I'm in no rush to be blowing accounts. My goal is to survive as long as possible. With that being the goal, that means you do not need to risk every single day. Risk when you can clearly understand the information, when you're clearly capable of identifying the information. Then, if you're willing to accept the risk and take the risk, that's when you take the opportunity. Okay? So, last 5 minutes here with you all. Just want to take a moment to say I'm very excited to be back to the live stream. I am ready to crush 2026. We have some very, very exciting things coming up. One of those exciting things, this is not a leak because it's going to happen tomorrow, so I'm making sure everybody's prepared, but we have a new host joining the show tomorrow. Tuesdays from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., Leo Invest is going to host the 10:30 to 11:30 segment each Tuesday. So he'll be showing up one time a week for all of January. Let's make sure we give him a warm welcome. Let's make sure we welcome him into the community, and let's help him throughout the stream. Let's engage with him. Let's communicate with him. Ask him all the questions you have for all of us. Let's see how he does with trading. Ask him about his strategy. Ask him about his experience. See how he conducts his trading. Okay, so we will have Leo Invest on stream here tomorrow, and it will be a solo segment. So he will be the sole host for the 10:30 to 11:30 segment on Tuesdays throughout January. very excited to have him. I've been following along with him for quite some time. He's got some really good information, so you're definitely going to want to stick around and check out his segment tomorrow. The other stuff I am going to gatekeep. I am not going to leak some of the other developments we have, but you'll definitely want to stick around for them. When does SK stream? So SK is going to go back to the normal schedule of the Asia session. He's always done the afternoon streams, so he's going to continue to keep doing the afternoon streams. But the 10:30 to 11:30 segment, I will be here. Leo Invest will be here, and we might even have somebody else joining as well. Your words and your advices really make a difference. Son of Wall Street, that was very nice of you. Thank you for the kind comment. I'm looking to provide value as much as I can through my own experiences, through my own thoughts, through my own executions, through giveaways, through helping other people with accountability and developing their own business. I'm here to work and learn. I'm going to be showing up all of 2026 for all of the like-minded professionals who want to work and learn with me. You'll know where to find me. I'll be right here. What about Matt Cohort? Matt Cohort is still on stream. He'll still have his regular schedule. Nothing has changed there. He's got his segment there at the end of the stream. He's the one that closes out the MyFundedFutures stream for us, and he plans to keep doing so. So last couple minutes here before we hand it over to the next host. Is there any last questions or comments you have for me before we hand the mic over to the next host? Very excited to be back, chat. 2026 is going to be great. We're going to reach new levels. There is no limit here. Let's not put a ceiling on ourselves. Let's achieve new things that we have never achieved before. Okay? Let's show up every single day looking to get 1% better than our prior selves. That way, at the end of the year, our results in 2026 can be 10x the results of 2025. Very excited for what the year has for us. What we will be practicing this year, and I can assure you of it: discipline, consistency, mental and emotional intelligence. We're going to show up every single morning dealing with these obstacles, gaining the experience, and gaining the conviction needed to complete this business. So let's start showing up. Tell your friends, tell your family, share the links in your community. Make sure you like the video, sub to the channel, because we're going to be doing this every single day of the year. All righty. With that being said, do me a favor, throw a bunch of W's in chat. I'm very excited to welcome Barbie and Myth. They are coming up next. So let's go ahead and hand the mic over to them with a nice warm welcome. Thanks for everything, chat. I will see you all next time. Have a nice day.
And the charts go insane, you know legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stops freeze and profits obey. When these two trade, the game's all played. She once rode a bull straight through a bear market. He timed to pull back before the bell even barked it. It's Bull Barbie and methodical man, the unstoppable legends of the future's land.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going over there?
I think you were supposed to go top on first though, because you're on top today.
Oh, is that right? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know
I
how
just
that
made
works.
that rule up just now.
A creative rule that you came up with. We'll take it.
So how did the morning go for you?
Nah, we don't want to talk about that. No,
Uh-oh.
no. I
I
had
kind of
some
traded like booty today too.
yeah, I'm red. I had some copy trader issues too, but we're not going to blame it on the copy trader. Obviously, we made
I was smart enough to not turn the copy trader on, but I mean, I did get long. I just mismanaged the heck out of it, and so
we are currently long. We just took I just took 10 micros off right there on the sweep of the high.
nice. That's what I ended up doing was once I finally got my act together. It's got long on ES, but I took it off closer. I was out a little while ago.
Yes, I'm just down to the runner. We'll see if this thing can go. We inversed the hourly. I don't think we inversed the 4-hour yet, but you can kind of just
higher time frames are still looking a little more bearish. That's what I want to see if we catch up on those higher time frames today.
Yeah, I'm looking at I'm just using the hourly for now, but I do know that we've not inversed the 4-hour yet. So you can see we closed above the hourly here. I mean, I don't see any reason for us not to go up to the 800s, in my opinion. I mean, if you wanted to be safe, you could wait for the 4-hour did inverse. Never mind. I didn't even know it did.
Well, I was watching on the ES. We had the last quarter's contracts all-time high. I always watch those. And that was at 53.75. So that was kind of my main target. That was my second target. My third target's way up there. But so now that we're there, I was kind of looking to see if we're going to get a reversal. It's not showing a ton of signs of reversal yet. It's looking more like we're either going to keep moving higher or chop to me.
Yeah, I don't think I'd look for shorts at all here. I mean, we could still pull back, but I think in general, the move's just going to be up. I mean, just keep looking for long, some pullbacks.
I know we like to do what goes up must come down, but it's not always that way.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I do think it's probably just going to go up the rest of the day. We'll see, though. I mean, we are generating like a lot of, this is not great, this movement up. So there's no displacement or anything like that. So it's just chop up, which sometimes can mean elevator down, kind of like what you said. We'll see.
Yeah, I was watching this 56 level, but that's exactly right where we are. There was that was a battleground. I don't remember when I was looking, maybe 20, 30 minutes ago. There was just a ton, both on the buy and sell side, right at that level. So I noted that is pretty important. So if, I'd kind of posted to my chat too, if we stay below that, then we might get that short, but staying above it, it's not giving it to us.
Yeah, and it's testing that level right now. I mean, like you said, this is kind of a congestion zone there on the ES. I got like 4 levels right here within a few points of each other. And we're like just now testing it from below. So this could be, it could be a bit of a turn down. Maybe retest 50 potentially. And then kind of hold. We'll see. It's already kind of done that once though, to be honest. So I don't know. We'll see if it wants to do that or not.
But for now, I'm getting excited about shorts, even though we do have kind of some higher time frame where we're getting overextended and things. I'm not excited about the short, basically.
For now, I'm down to the runner, so we're down to just 1 micro here long. We got the stop where I feel like it should be.
There you go.
I'd like to see us kind of hold that 15-minute opening range since we kind of faked out above it once and then our building structure above it now. So we'd like to see that.
Yeah, my bot's still in that. So we could we could get that going. That would be great.
Although that's not a great candle right there.
It's not. You know what I was noticing this morning though is we didn't have great this actually kept me out of a trade that it would have been really profitable at the open. The NASDAQ was not in agreement with the ES for the first bit of the open.
Yeah.
It was really until we got that data it started sinking back up.
Yeah, exactly. I noticed that too this morning. ES just rocket shipped to the moon, and NASDAQ.
And I was ready to hit that long so hard because I was looking pre-market. I was like, man, this looks bullish. I should just go long. This looks so bullish. I'm just going to go long for a scalp. And then when NASDAQ immediately went down, it made me hesitate too long, and I missed it.
Yeah, because you don't really know which one's front running, right? So you don't know if the ES is going to be the leader today or not. Seems like it is now, but early in the morning,
we talk about that a lot too. You get the best trades when those two are cooperating.
Yeah, that's the easiest to read. So
we don't have to ask Tom Sabo for a guarantee when that happens.
We don't need the hairy back man. We don't need it.
We got our own
Yeah, we could figure it out ourselves without the hairy back. So, what up, Wild Deuces? You're new to this time slot. Well, welcome in.
Did I just do it? That's what she said. I might have. Yeah, welcome. Welcome to the crazy hour.
Yamil said rock hard. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
I never know what slips out of my mouth sometimes. It wasn't a problem so much until my kids got old enough to understand the jokes.
Barbie knows what she's saying. Don't let her fool you guys. She knows what she's doing. She knows 100%.
Well, hopefully we do get a move up here. Like, you're still in the long, right?
Yeah, I'm down to the runner, though. I mean, you know, we've already taken a $200 winner there, so it's fine. Even if this loses, we still win on the trade. I might would add to this on a maybe a retest of, like, if I wanted to move my stop, I could average into this. I mean, I might do that. We'll see. Because, like, I don't really see us getting back below like 620, maybe 640s. Like, that area right there should hold. That would be like
that's still a decent move down. That is kind of your opening range, though. You know what? We had an old gap there. It's the midpoint too.
I guess we still have the new week opening gap as well. Yeah, that would be 50% of the pullback there. 616 of the range today.
Did we have a weekly gap on NASDAQ? I didn't even.
Yeah.
ES didn't really put one in.
We have one down at 430. The close on Friday was 393.75. The open was 430. So we have a little 40-point gapper down there. And it's not been filled. So yeah, at some point this week, we probably come back and fill that. I don't necessarily anticipate that being today.
Yeah. On ES, we both closed and opened the weeks really close to that 6,900 level. It was a few points off, but that's made me really pay attention to that level this week too. I think that's going to be important.
I'm going to make it pretty obvious.
Unless we blast away from it.
This is where I think it's going, guys. Right there, 803.
803.
Yep.
You're not going to get screwed by the 800 whole level there.
I don't know. I mean, that's an obvious, that's like a previous day high from what, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, something like that.
See if ES gets the breakout here, because that could definitely help. I mean, ES has been strong today, but I mean, NASDAQ's had some craziness. Apple's really weak today. I've been looking to get in some Apple, so I'm watching that.
Well, I understand. Don't get me wrong, guys. Just because I put an arrow straight up to 803, that's probably not how it's going to happen.
We're not going to go straight up.
Yeah. We could pull back into like the 615, 620 area and then go. Like, I mean, all I'm saying is larger time frame here, I expect us to push into 803. And so any pullbacks, I would just be buying. I think buys are stronger than sells, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah. Well, ES has already broken out over kind of one of the key areas.
Yeah.
We were in a downtrend and we're out of that now. And I was watching that this morning too. This is why I had this whole long idea, is that structure tends to break up like 70 or 80% of the time.
Well, I'll kind of show you why on my chart, the reason why I was bullish going into today. If we look over here last night, if you guys were in my stream last night, we talked about this 15-minute order block, right? So like as soon as this order block fails, as soon as we kind of close above it, you can see how that just turned into some support. And now we're pushing higher. Then on top of that, on the hourly, we inversed this morning. So I woke up today and I was like, oh, we destroyed that order block. Well, now we closed, we inversed the hourly and we inversed the 4 hours. So to me, there's no reason not to go back to this high. It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't mean it's going to be a straight shot, but there's no real reason, in my opinion, not to go there. But that being said, is the market reasonable? No, not always.
Sometimes. Someone was asking about news this week. I went ahead and pulled it up. So tomorrow's pretty slow, but today we had PMI at 10. And then, so that's a little bit lighter when we're already through that. So we got that today, and then tomorrow, nothing. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we have unemployment data every single day. And there's one pre-market every single day. And then Wednesday and Friday, there's after the bell data. So those jobs numbers are going to be really important for the Fed and everything that's going to be happening with that. And so any surprises there could be a big deal.
Yeah, and also, I wasn't quite sure what to expect yesterday at open with the whole Venezuela situation and stuff.
Oh yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah, it's like it's like you didn't know what was going to happen there. And I mean, that still is one of those things, right? Where any minute you could just get that, you could get some sort of news and it could go one way or the other. So you just don't know. You don't know. So I don't mind.
It's more complicated than people say, but
yeah,
because it's tied into currencies and crude and metals and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I thought there was like a couple of million barrels of oil. Apparently, somebody said it was in the billions. I don't know. Is that true?
Well, they have their oil's different than other oil too. So I think they have the largest reserve by some measure. I don't know how they measure this stuff, but they have a massive, massive, massive reserve. But it's not the same kind of oil that comes out of the Middle East. So it's a different refinement process. It's more expensive. So it's not apples to apples when you even get into the oil. It's more complicated.
Yeah, and I don't, I'm one of those people that I don't follow that kind of stuff all that much, so I don't really know a ton about it.
It's not as high. It's not as valuable if you can't process that kind of oil, and not everyone can process that kind of oil.
The oil reserve is worth $46 trillion, so just a couple bucks. Just a couple bucks. No big deal. Just a couple bucks.
I don't think that's the only thing going on there, though. I mean, I saw a lot of social media bots going on. I've started to be able to tell when it's bots because it's like, why would somebody be so upset about that? Like living in suburban Chicago or whatever. But there's a lot of geopolitical stuff going on online right now too, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I don't really follow. I mean, like I said, I don't follow any of that stuff. I'm one of those people, like, I try to keep my life. I try to stay out of the news, just because.
That's a good idea because, like, being politically involved has become way too much of a hobby lately.
Yeah, it's just one of those things.
Put their energy somewhere better.
I could care less. I don't know. I know some people don't like that, but I used to get the old, you don't care about politics. Like, I just don't. It's not that I don't care. I just don't let it bother me. So
there you go. Well, that's why you haven't gotten sucked onto one team or the other.
Yeah.
How are you going to get invited into the cult if you don't care?
No invites for me. So no invites for me. We will have a form dropping soon, I think, guys. Also, hit that like button for us. We're only at 100 and what are we at? Let me check the likes. I think
like Patrol.
Yeah, we're at 186.
You should have liked on your way in. Like, just get in the habit. You go to the stream, you like it. I'm on the stream, I like it. Right?
We got 250 viewers. We're at 186 likes. Come on, everybody, hit the like button. I know some of you might be on your TV, but you can do better than that.
You can hop on your phone real quick, like it, and then get on your alt and like that too.
Get on the alt. Get on your grandmother's alt. Everybody's alt. It's fine. What up, Rocky Mountain? Where you been? Been cheating on us? I think so.
Probably.
Been cheating on us with another streamer. That's rude. Very rude. What up, Izzy Lizzy? How you doing? Lovely Barbie says Red Wine Arsdale 4182. I didn't butcher that at all. What about me, Red Wine? Am I lovely too? Come on, come on. So yeah, we are still currently long. We're going to see what happens here.
I like it. I wish I was still long. Well, I guess I technically am in one of my accounts, but this account doesn't matter.
Do you I don't know.
I'm done with live trades today.
You still have the buy button, right, on your chart. You can just hit it. Beep. Let's go.
I could just hit it at the highs.
Beep. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You don't need a pullback. Who needs a pullback? Just go.
I'm going to watch the 60 level up here. I bet there's going to be some profit taking. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I don't think we're getting a big V-shaped reversal there, but
all right, guys, I'm going to abuse my authority. Every time someone says something nice about Barbie, I'm going to delete the message.
No, don't do it.
Deleted. Give you a 60-second timeout.
You just have to include Myth in there too, so he doesn't feel left out. I mean,
Yeah,
he did his makeup and everything for y'all today.
I know.
He brushed his hair. You just can't tell.
No, I didn't do that. I never brushed my hair.
Here goes ES. Let's go.
Thank you, Rad. Thank you. ES pushing above the 59. See, I got a cluster here. I got 56, 59, 61, and 63. Like just all back to back to back.
There you go, Semper. Semper Fi.
We get above that cluster, I think we can go. I mean, listen, if we could get, I mean, like, I would like to see, let's see some sort of Hulk smash boner candle here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get it going. Let's get this boner candle going
if we get
above.
through the like 60, 61, that would be the next spot where we could get an ES pop, start triggering some stops up there.
Let's get something going. I'm feeling bonita
Poke
today.
it with a stick.
Deba Deep, I feel bonita every day. Every day. Good, bad, or indifferent, doesn't matter. Oh, you were you got some snow up there, Rocky Mountain? Nice. Gotta love the
In the
snow.
Rockies, I would hope so. That was one of our one of the adventures that we were going to go on, but then we switched to beach. Was the New Mexican mountains, but they did not have snow yet. They might finally now. I don't know.
I don't understand what you mean, Internet Explorer. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe Barbie knows.
I wouldn't know.
Oh,
Don't mess with Shrek.
Shrek. Oh goodness, that's a great show.
Yeah,
They don't make shows like that anymore. The Shrek. So great movie.
They don't make anything like they used to these days, though. That means we're old, right?
You got the donkey and all that, the little innuendos and stuff. Let's go.
I mean, I love that they do that because how many little kid movies can you watch? I mean, they got to put something for the parents in there. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Now they're so afraid of offending everybody.
You got to have a reason to watch, you know. You're like, oh, that wasn't that bad of a movie.
If you can make 99 people laugh and 1 people offended, that's a win.
Yeah. You're having some exceptional snow this year. Let's go.
I'll be staying away from the snow.
Come on, rip it. Get through there.
This is the spot I wanted to get over, so we just got to fill some orders up here. Then it should kind of give it a little rocket launch.
I mean, I am up like almost 20 points on this. I could just take it. Now, I know you guys see my entry is up at 682, but I'm actually long. This is break even. I was actually long from 630s, and then I added 10 micros up here for a 10-point scalp. So that's the reason why I'm up there. But
a little ad.
Yeah. We pushed above initial balance. I took the retest. I didn't panic out of it. I just held it.
There you go. I wonder if we can get up to this 6970 area. That would be kind of crazy, but we are kind of squeezing.
She's a runner. Let's go.
I like it. I like it a lot.
What up, Black Candle? How you doing?
Black Candle? What is the Black Candle theory?
I don't know.
That sounds dark.
I have no idea what the BCC is. No idea.
I definitely have no idea.
So we'll see kind of what happens here.
Never heard of such things.
Me either.
All right, we're pretty much through the 61. Let's see if they can just keep walking it up through these orders here.
Oh, you think that was the thing sitting on Tom's mantle? Yeah, probably was.
He had a little train going around his Christmas tree. I asked him if I could play with it, and he said yes.
Yeah. Tom had no gifts, though. That's the problem.
He was waiting for Santa.
He had the prettiest tree ever, but he had no gift.
I threw my tree up so fast this year, then took it right back down so fast.
Hey.
I was not mom of the year for Christmas, but
you know,
it seemed like a lot of work this year. So I phoned it in.
My Christmas tree may or may not still be up. I've not taken it down yet. So, all right, I've got 64 as the next level on the ES.
64, eh?
73.
We do have some wicks there from the 30th.
I think above 64, we really can get a nice little move going.
Mm-hmm.
looks that way. Chat's over there being dirty-minded. Who would ever lead them
during
in that
my
direction?
segment.
Yeah, who would ever lead them in that direction? I don't know. I have no clue.
It's all Boba's fault.
Yeah, definitely wasn't me.
Definitely Lisa's fault.
You're gonna be 15 miles north of Montana. Goodness.
Oh,
I've never been to
that
Montana.
sounds chilly. I've also never been to Montana.
I've been to a lot of states, but not. There's also quite a few I haven't been to. Mandy doesn't know what we're talking about. Perfect.
She's innocent.
I know it. I could tell. I could tell by just looking at the picture. You know, just the name, just the letter A. It's perfect. Come on, NASDAQ. Don't you be a dirty girl. Let's squeeze it on up there.
No dirty girls today.
Just keep it going.
It's got to stay over 60. If it get back below 60, well, I mean, I'm looking at ES, by the way, but that would just be trend line still too. It could still hit the 60, I guess.
What would it take for you to enter long on the ES here, Barbie? What would it take?
On my live account, I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like I got it. I wasn't trading great. I got that account green today, so I just wanted to put it away. So I switched over to an eval, but I don't want to go long up here. It's too far.
You might get long like a retest of like 56. I mean,
I feel like you have to be really fast up here to scalp some of that stuff.
Because that's kind of like previous resistance kind of turning into support there, right? 56, 57.
I will tell you, I'm watching Apple real hard today too. I want to get in Apple long.
Yeah, I like apples. Nothing wrong with that.
So I'm watching that one over here too a little bit. It's been moving lower even with the market pushing up a little bit. I think that's what's helping hold NASDAQ down.
Yeah, Ryan, NASDAQ definitely needs a bath. It needs a little body wash. You know, something. It's a dirty girl sometimes.
If Apple could get going a little bit, that's part of what I'm saying here when I'm getting back to you. If Apple could get going a little bit, that would help me feel better about the market continuing to push to what would be my third and fourth target.
So what is Apple doing? You said it's pulling back?
Yeah, I've just been in general waiting for it to pull back a little bit so I can get long for kind of some end of the month stuff. But yeah, Apple and Google are down today. Everything else has been holding pretty well. So I feel like if those guys start getting their act together, that could help the squeeze here on NASDAQ.
We haven't broken these EMAs all morning. Like if you look after 10 o'clock after the news, we've literally rode the 21, the 50, the 9 the entire way up. We've not broken them at all. So I think that would kind of be of concern. Like if we get below the EMAs, would probably get a little bit of a pullback there, maybe of a decent size. But as long as we kind of hold those EMAs, I mean, probably continue up. So
I've been trailing this what I took on an eval, just it might even get trailed out here because I've got that trailed up here around 57.50 because that's where the value area high is on ES. So we'll see. Right. I might even be out of my eval here. That's why I'm not crazy about going long up here with live money.
Well, hey, I mean, you could do it on the eval. That's fine. It's exciting to do it on the eval as well. That's what I'm on.
Sometimes.
I'm on the eval. I'm just on the eval. Nothing wrong with that.
I want to make real money.
That's true.
I'm on a mission for real money.
Fair point. You could be a sim millionaire. A sim millionaire. Nothing wrong with that.
I know a lot of those actually. They're like I found them on X.
You don't know what an EMA is, Yamil? You know what an EMA is. Come on. How's it said? Exponential moving average. That's it.
Yep.
So yeah.
It's like a simple moving average, just a little more exponential.
Yeah. So I mean, what are they really? Lines on a chart. That's really
it's just averages to smooth out the trend. It's so you can get a really clear view of the trend without being distracted by the candles and not being able to tell. I mean, sometimes you can tell trend a lot easier than others, and sometimes you can tell the shift, but the EMAs help you see
it. Exactly, Rocky Mountain.
We are missing Carlos, by the way.
Carlos isn't here?
My guy Carlos has been absent He's probably still on vacation with his kids. We'll have to drag him back, kicking and screaming.
Who's Carlos?
He's my guy.
I don't know Carlos. I missed Carlos.
You got to know Carlos.
I missed him. Yeah, anybody purchasing those new 100K and 50K rapid, or wait, 100 and
I got to save
150K.
Carlos from his family. We got the new rapid accounts. Abhishek wants to know who picked one up. Now I want to know too. We got it on the 100K and 50K. And who doesn't know what a rapid is? Rapid account. It's rapid payments.
You get those daily payout, not daily. Are they daily? Yeah, they are daily.
They can be daily, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you want to build a little buffer in your live accounts before you go trying for daily payouts, in my opinion. But once you have that account, you can do that. Every time you have a good day, just take it on out of there.
All right, let's see if this thing tries
Tell
to
her
trap
out,
shorts here. Let's see what it does. See if it tries to trap shorts or if it actually goes. We are 3 minutes away from the top of the hour, so looks like it wants to go.
This is the time I would be looking for a reversal. It's just not really wanting to set that up.
I'm going to move my stop down. You should never do that, but I'm doing it.
I was about to say, just set a good example for the crowd here, please.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I'm going for 122 point winner, so having my stop at 80 points is still a 1.5 to 1.
There you go.
You know, still okay. But the reason I'm moving it down is because I think that we can push down maybe into the 620s. I would look to add maybe 640.
You keep talking about that level.
Yeah. We'll
so
see.
You're going to add down there too, or is that it? If you get down to 620, we're done.
Yeah, we'll add a couple times. It'll be all right.
That's what. So I have a few different ways that I'll structure my entries. And if I had done the micros one earlier, I just got stopped out of my email. Well, but if I'd done my micros earlier, I would have still had some trimming up here, but I was going for the minis where I couldn't enter as many.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just kind of misjudge that.
I trade those teeny ones, those small ones.
You get the minis every once in a while though, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I might go to like 10 micros or something. I don't jump in the minis too often.
I've been using them more, but I've been on back on my larger accounts more. I was trying to work on some accounts that needed some help there at the end of December. We all have those, right? The life support accounts.
For sure.
We're not supposed to admit that, huh?
It might be all the accounts. You never know.
Well, that's why I don't trade copy to all of them, because I've done that before and that was kind of scary. I didn't want to feel that again. So I kind of batch them.
I think if we could get back above like 680 here, this thing could get a little squeeze going, but
so NQD, how much do I risk per trade? It depends on if I'm trading my own live account. I won't risk as much percentage of the account as the prop accounts, but in a prop account, I don't want to risk more than $500 a day. So I'll kind of do the backwards math on that. If I'm only going for 2 or 3 trades a day, then I can take a little bit bigger stop on those. But yeah, I don't want it to be anything in a prop account because we're really looking the drawdown is relatively small, and I don't want to ever make it so I can't trade that account again the next day.
Yeah, so you can see we're kind of breaking structure here on the 2 minute. We do have trend line liquidity here, so like I'll kind of be looking.
We're not on ES just yet.
Yeah, ES hasn't broken it yet. That's why I said this could be a trap. It could be a little short trap. We'll see. I mean,
especially on NASDAQ with that was kind of a violent candle.
But if I were looking for a short, here's where I would probably take it. But because my overall bias is bullish here, I would probably just bypass the short. But we'll see what happens.
That's the same problem I've been having with the shorts today too. I haven't taken any.
Well, the problem is if you wait for like structure to break and it doesn't do it on both to kind of give you that extra confluence, then it makes it very difficult.
I think
right?
I'm just like over the short thing. So either we run out of longs and I'm done, or it keeps giving them. I don't
You're
think
not going to change your name to Bear Barbie?
not today, unless we start seriously breaking structure and showing a lot of signs. Because yeah,
We can.
I mean, maybe
we
we'll
can.
have a change of pace in the afternoon, but
We can update the intro song to be Bear Barbie. That was the 12 o'clock candle on that pushback up as well. Top of the hour.
yeah. We're holding point of control on NASDAQ for the day. Today's point of control. It's starting to look kind of more choppy.
Yeah, and understand, guys, like I'm in a runner here. Realistically, my average is really like 630, 635. But on this particular entry, but because I added 10, that's why it's showing up here. But that's why I'm okay with it kind of pulling back to, we took $200 in profit on those 10 micros. So we're still kind of just playing with profit here. So if it does pull back into the 620s, I'm comfortable with adding there. I'd probably get out and, consider it maybe taking out the lows or filling that gap. If it kind of pushed back into that 15-minute range would be a little scary, but I don't really see it doing that.
Well, ES has kind of been in charge today, and it is still holding that trend line.
For sure.
What I've been watching on the level 2 is just the volume kind of dry up and go away a little bit, which is why I'm less enthusiastic about the longs here and starting to lean a little bit more towards getting into some chop. It could keep doing a slow walk up, like a little grindy deal. But somebody had to go to lunch,
Oh, don't mention lunch.
Oh.
We've had no breakfast over here. We're starving.
Yeah, me too, but that's the way.
We can make it 30 more minutes. We'll be fine.
I can't focus on eating when I'm trading.
You can't focus on trading when you're eating, or wait?
Yeah, I guess both.
Yeah.
No multitasking.
I can do it all. I can eat at the same time. Might miss some trades, but that's okay. It was worth it. So ES reclaiming the 59 there, did not quite get back down to the 56.
Yeah, and that's that level that I was watching earlier also, by the way. If anyone remembers that.
You really kind of want to see NASDAQ, you'd like to see a little bullish engulfing here on the 5-minute if you could get it. Not really looking that strong right now, to be honest. But
NVIDIA just lost some support too. We'll see. Just intraday.
Not NVIDIA. Poor NVIDIA losing the support. Yeah, I just think ultimately we go up. That's why I'm okay with holding this a little bit. It's 1 micro at the end of the day. It's not huge size.
To the moon with that micro.
But we will look to add. As long as Tom Sabo doesn't short a micro, we'll be fine.
Uh-oh.
If he shorts one, then we might be in trouble. Oh. I let my 17-year-old drive the 14-year-old to school this morning for the first time.
Oh. Ooh, how did that go? I guess they survived.
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, she's ridden with him before, but not like a ton.
We're doing driving lessons around here.
Good old driving.
So far, we're just on the golf cart, but we're about to graduate.
At least put them in the race car. I mean, come on. Hit those corners.
Yeah, I kind of think about the car that I drove when I was their age, and it was absolutely insane. Why did my parents let me drive that?
What did you drive?
I had a 92 Mustang that was built for the drag strip.
Wow.
So it could go really, really, really fast in a straight line. It had a racing clutch, really had a big left leg. Could not turn very well, though. Did spin out in that a couple times.
My first car was a 70 Le Mans, and then I had an 87 Mustang LX 4-cylinder.
Oh, you had the slow one. I had the fast one.
Yep, I had the little bitty one. And then I don't remember what I had after that. I had an Infinity. I think the engine blew up.
Is that user error?
Something. I don't know what happened. So, yeah, I've had a bunch of cars. a bunch of
I have too.
beaters. So
actually, so I was driving the 92 Mustang, but I had a 66 that was not drivable, partly because I took it apart.
I mean, if I wasn't in this long, I might be tempted to short here.
Yeah. But to that point, I'm going to go eat after this. But it could be a little, I can see a little scalp down to your little ad spot, especially on NASDAQ.
That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know. We're holding below the 21 EMA on the 5-minute, and we're also below everything here on the 2-minute.
Myth, did you name your cars?
No, not really.
I think they were asking what the name was.
Not
I didn't name
really.
mine either. The cars I have now, a couple of them have names, but
usually, like, I would just cuss at them, because they break down a lot.
So is POS.
Yeah. Or you be driving down the road. I took this girl home one night from a job I used to work. She needed a ride home, and I told her, I said, the passenger seat doesn't lock, so it would slide back and forth, and then the passenger door would just randomly fly open from time to time.
But did you have any holes in the floor?
There was no holes in the floor.
There you go. There's that.
So we were on the way home. Oh yeah, and also the headlights would just randomly turn off. So it's like 3 a.m. driving her home, and sure enough, the door flies open, the headlights go off.
She's like, I'm never riding with you again. Thanks, but no thanks.
She was terrified. She's like, I thought you were kidding. I'm like, nope, not kidding. You were warned. So what are you gonna do? So yeah. The safety question. Yeah. Well, that wasn't my first car, but yeah, that was a piece of junk. And then also every door handle on the car was broken, so you had to leave the window rolled down to open the door. That was a Chevy Spectrum, if you guys know what that is. That's what kind of car that was.
And it's so cool that most people don't know what that is.
Yeah, they're not going to know. That's a piece of junk. Yeah, Barbie sings. Go ahead and hit a little tune for us, Barbie.
Yeah, maybe later. I do have a thing right now on my Mercedes, and I have the part. I just haven't taken the time to replace it, take stuff apart. Right now, if you use the windshield wipers, the blinkers won't work again. So
perfect.
There's no windshield wipers until I get this little relay replaced. Assuming we want blinkers. I do like blinkers.
Who needs windshield wipers? I mean, really?
It took me a minute to figure that one out. We are on every day this time, and this stream goes from 30 minutes before open until I have to do some math in my head. 1:30 Eastern, right?
Yep.
Got to do my time zone conversion.
You probably just need to replace the blinker fluid.
Yeah.
That's all you need. Let's see
how this. I haven't really needed windshield wipers yet, but we'll see.
Let's see how this 5-minute candle closes. I mean, if it kind of closes below like 58, I think that we're going to probably retest the 20s. Would be my lean.
I'm trying to think if we get down to your 20s, where that is on ES, and I think it's just kind of holding the point of control on ES, because right now that's around 52 3/4.
Yeah, it's also kind of the middle of nowhere, at least as far as levels go on the ES.
Yeah. Well, I had the 53, but that would
53? Okay.
Yeah, so
56 to 42.
Yeah, so 53 3/4 is also the all-time high from last quarter's contracts.
We are kind of bouncing off that trend line now on the ES again.
So that is an important level. At least for a little bit. Once we start making new all-time highs, those matter much less. And just from what I've noticed.
If ES breaks this trend line here, if you can get below 58, I think we do see that 53 pretty quickly. That is a big gift, though.
Some delta on the volume, but it's not been too scary yet. I'm not worried about a new low coming right now.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to make new lows either. I think we hold, but a pullback, I guess, to some degree is kind of makes sense. Let's see here. There we go. There's a little dumpage. We lose 40. I think this thing goes quickly down into the 20.
You adding?
Not yet. I'm going to wait. I know I did say 50, but I could add for a scalp.
40.
Well, I did say I was going to add for a scalp there, but I think with ES kind of breaking a little bit of the 1 minute structure there, I'm probably going to hold off on
cautious.
it. Yeah. And see here.
They are trying to buy. I'm watching the NASDAQ. They do keep kind of buying it back up towards that 55. 555.
Jimbo, yeah, we have our own streams.
55.
Links in the description if you want to subscribe. We appreciate you.
You definitely should subscribe. It's free. I usually don't stream on Mondays, but he does.
I stream every day.
Hardcore.
We got to be there. Be there or be square or something like that. Reversion to the mean? I don't know what that means. You're speaking Spanish to me.
That would be
a mean reversion?
Not the average, but the mean.
I would have never put those two together. You lost me there. You lost me. No.
There we go. Thanks, Abhishek. Our MVP.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we're starting to get a little pop here. ES kind of did a little picky boo below that trend line there, and then
a picky boo?
A picky boo, and then popped. So in hindsight, I guess the 40s would have been a good ad.
Yeah. So holding here, the NASDAQ point of control is right there at 655. So it looks like they're trying to hold that. That's not very bearish. It's kind of more choppish, to be honest, but
yeah, it's still holding below. ES not really looking like it's got a ton of strength here, but trying to get a little bounce.
We're getting into some of that stuff that's kind of hard to scalp. So you have to be extra picky about making sure you're on the right trend line and things like that.
Yeah, I come into this room after being in his morning room. Yeah, of course. Tin Can, you know that. Helpful says, I showed him how to clap with no hands on the OF stream. Let's go. Glad you learned something. I'm glad to be able to provide some sort of valuable content. And, I don't know if it's valuable, but you know what I mean. Some sort of content, some sort of
always content,
information, at least we'll call it. So, oh man, Barbie, I've been waiting on you to pick on me about Georgia losing, but you haven't said anything yet.
Oh, that's because I'm nice.
Oh,
I
would have been over there poking you. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I guess we should give you some crap for that.
Yeah, why not?
That's probably why you can't trade today, right?
That's so terrible.
Oh, because of Georgia.
Yeah, it just wasn't a great game, but it's all right.
You're too depressed. Can't never recover.
I don't let it affect me that much anymore. After back-to-back natties, you just kind of, we were in a 40-year depression until we hit the back-to-back natties, and now we got some room before we start feeling bad anymore.
Well, now we've got all the transfer drama, or not transfer. Well, I'm still like not totally. Every time I hear this, I'm like, what? Oh yeah, we're paying these guys massive amounts of money. Like basically all the contract negotiations for college football, and gotta get through that drama now. I always find that stuff depressing. Like we're losing that guy too.
Yeah, I did like it better when they didn't pay the players, but it is what it is. What can you do? From what some people say,
they should be able to get deals outside of the sport, but maybe not have the school pay them. That's weird.
Well, yeah, true. We'll see. Oh, my shoulder's been killing me. I'm gonna have to go to the doctor about my shoulder.
A little too much OnlyFans action?
No, I have a broken collarbone.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So
I had to wait. Yeah, I had to wait for
shoulder?
I had to wait for the new year. All right, look at this, guys. This looks different. Look at that candle there on the ES. That looks a little different. That's a bit of a death candle. The death wobble. What is
Death
that?
wobble in the market.
That's just the new 15-minute candle. I mean, if that breaks 56.
I mean, yeah, that's why I'm just not super confident on following through up here, but I'm not super confident on a big V-shaped reversal either. So I'm really just kind of concerned about chopping up in here. But we're at that 56 level, which came up intraday for me earlier. So I'm going to watch and see.
I'm going to go ahead and add one there. And see if we can hold. And I'll add again in it down there at the 20s.
They did get below 56. We'll see if they're going to try to trap buyers above that or trap sellers below it here.
I mean, that does look like it wants to run some of this.
We got an SK fan in here. Kaboosh! And
It's
NASDAQ.
going-
Well, they're both kabooshing.
Yeah. They're trying
I'm
to.
kind of sad about NVIDIA kabooshing right now because I entered that this morning. But
You took the short this morning?
no, I started working on a swing long. It's not my favorite trade right now.
It's 50-50. 50-50.
I did warn everyone this morning too. Like, I'm feeling a little antsy to get some stuff on the books on my big account. I do think I rushed that one slightly.
Well, if we
Just trades. Got a 150K pro. Where are my confettis?
Let's go. A 6-7. And I'm not quite sure. why
Imaginary
that's there.
confettis.
That's a 6-7. That's what it says.
I'm not dealing with that today.
We throw that out there. I don't see the confetti.
Yeah, it's not. I did an imaginary confetti because it's not coming.
He's won so many times. Must be a bot.
Sounds like we got another winner coming though, y'all.
Trade mindfully. Last time we asked, we're allowed to. Okay. One more before 1 o'clock. Let's go. I don't know, man. I'm in like a tricky spot here.
I mean, if we're gonna chop, we're gonna find a bottom to chop off of. I think that's kind of what your trade is gonna have to be based on here, right? Otherwise, we're getting a deeper pullback. The VIX isn't getting too exciting yet either. I'm still watching that. I mean, the VIX is kind of low. It's below 15. But if it starts kind of breaking above 1480, that could be a little scary to the markets, I think.
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching ES. Looks like it's just teetering around that 56 level.
That is the spot. There was another big order that came in through there, like 5 times the size of a bunch of other ones, right at that 56 level. So they are watching that still. Or I guess it was just below. Is it 50? Well, he probably marketed. Watch the 56 level.
Get a little push back up here might make sense.
Which would be kind of going into that. We're going to create a chop zone here over lunch, but we'll see. I hope we don't, but this is the time.
Yeah, it's kind of holding. I mean, this might be something that's going to take quite a while today to work out. This trade, we could be in it for a minute. New 5-minute candle coming here right now. I think we get a push back up here to some degree.
I'm still a little bearish. We'll see.
I was just thinking maybe putting a wick on this 5-minute candle and maybe push back up into like the 60, but nope.
Yeah, there's a seller that just came in there again.
It's just wanting to go.
I'm still just not wanting to put it all on red right now. I don't know.
Which way's red?
Down.
Oh, I think it's going to go back up eventually. I'm okay with kind of holding it and seeing what happens. We've been in this trade for like an hour, guys. I don't know. I don't normally do that.
That is really long for you.
But unfortunately, it's in the red. It's not in the green. I mean, to be fair, we were up, I don't know, 20 plus points, just didn't take it.
You did move your stop.
Yeah.
I was there.
No, you didn't see that. Close your eyes. Look away. Look away. That's usually what I tell people on my stream when I'm about to do something a little bit degen. I'll say, look away. You don't want to see it. Look away. I don't know what to tell you. Let's just kind of zoom in here. I mean, price action is not great, but it makes sense for it to sweep this 23 level. Makes sense. But I'm not so sure it gets there. I don't know. If it gets there, we'll take a long there.
Otherwise, still hanging out, huh? You gonna marry
We're in
that
a
trade?
9-hour trade. Holy cow. Yeah, that's a little bit much. So,
well, I'm in leagues for 2028, so guess I won't be part of that conversation.
Yeah,
I don't mind a long trade. I can be patient.
This is just the runner, so just kind of treating it as a new entry, but it really wasn't. I'm sad.
Don't be sad. The market will give you some more tomorrow. Ooh, Helpful says he got 40 points on the ES with 2 minis. Nice.
Was that my internet that glitched? You guys see that?
It was probably your country internet.
Yeah, because I froze for a second there, it looks like. They are offering fiber near me now, so
you should get on whatever waiting list you can.
Yeah, maybe we can take advantage of the fiber.
I miss having fiber when I lived like in a reasonable where other people live. They're not going to bring fiber all the way out for just little old me.
Well, if you pay them in the greenbacks, I'm confident they'll do it.
Yeah, I don't really feel like it. I don't like having mine.
Give them some cashola. Give them something to think about. Tell them you'll give them some free advertisement as if they want that. But, hey, you never know. All right, we're kind of approaching the 620s down here. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I mean, we didn't really have an S&T at the high, did we? I don't know. I'm looking. I don't think we did. Let me see. Oh, I guess we did. Yeah, there was an S&T at the high. I didn't even notice that.
Rocky Mountain, you're finding Starlink to be real reliable? I was about to switch out my 5G for that.
Somebody, there's another streamer that uses Starlink as their backup. And
well, that would be my backup. But right now I have 5G as my backup and I use it. My network's set up to fail over to the 5G. And y'all have seen that before.
Yeah, I'm too poor to afford a backup, so I only got a primary, unfortunately.
I decided to not be poor, so I learned to trade.
I can't do it. I'm trying my best, but it's not working.
We'll get you there.
Yes,
a lot of this is like some of these slow, patient trades that I did not want to wait for initially. Like those are the ones that pay.
Yeah. Starlink is not that expensive, though, realistically. I mean, when you look at it, you have to pay for the equipment, but in general, it's not bad.
Yeah, I think it's about the same as what I was paying for 5G, but then I can bring it more easily too. Which I should have done like last week, but I wasn't really planning on doing that. We thought we were going someplace different.
You can put it on the back of the convertible and drive around, fully connected.
Yeah, the Escalade has Wi-Fi, but I don't pay for it anymore. Too cheap.
We pay for the Wi-Fi in the car.
Kids all have their own cell phones. We just use that. I just tether. I have taken trades in the car, but I tether to my phone.
All right, just added here pretty hefty. Pretty heftily. Heftily is the word. Heftily. Heftily? What's the word? How you say it? I don't know.
I just like hearing you say it.
We added, and we're going to see if it can bounce. Can we get a bounce? We don't get a
The
bounce.
cost of this stuff is all relative, right? I mean, I think that some of y'all would cry if you saw what I spend in a month on my place, but
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
depends on.
start here.
Yeah, it depends on where you live. Depends on that sort of stuff. Whether you live in an El
I just had to
Cheapo
pay
place.
I had to pay property taxes, so that made me cry a little because that's what happens around here.
Yeah, property taxes.
We don't have
never
income
bad.
tax, so we have property taxes.
Are they increased because there's no income tax?
Our property taxes are relatively high in Texas.
Gotcha.
And they tax you on unrealized profits. So if you buy something for $1 million and then they want to revalue it at $10 million, you pay taxes on $10 million.
Yeah, that's weird. I am all about the fair tax, though. I'd rather go to that than the way we have it now. But
well, that way you can decide. Like, I made the choice to have an expensive place. I could have cheaper taxes if that was.
So your house is worth 10 million? You guys hear that? Holy smokes.
I was using it as an example, but
no, she just leaked it. She's worth 10 million. So no tax would be amazing. Let's do it, Philcos. Let's infiltrate the government and make some changes.
Well, I will say so. Michael Dell, the billionaire, lives in the area. He actually kind of snuck around and bought some stuff out from underneath us. But he has one of the nicest properties in Austin. It's on the lake. It has hundreds and hundreds of lake footage. It's lots and lots of acres. I don't remember how many. I looked up his tax bill one year. It was $17 for that. He paid $17 in taxes. Meanwhile, everyone in the suburbs paying $10,000, $20,000. He paid $17.
I mean, I don't know how he could afford to eat out the later on that day. How much is Bull Barbie's net worth? How much is Barbie's bull's worth? Okay. I see what you did there. I see what you did. I don't know her net worth. I can look it up.
Yeah, because I'm sure that the internet's reliable about that.
70 trillion, $3 billion.
But we do things around here so that they do have ways you can work around that. That's why I have beehives, because I can get an agricultural exemption on a relatively small amount of acres.
Can't you put like a family gravesite or something on your property and avoid taxes? I don't know.
You might be able to.
I think in some states that's a thing. So I think you have to have more than one grave or something like that. Not sure the exact way it works. So.
But they shouldn't tax all the land the same anyway, because I can't build on all of my land. So they shouldn't tax me on all of it the same. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, kind of a fair point. All right, guys, Matt's coming up here in about a minute. In about a minute, get your sunglasses ready.
Maybe he'll have more tax evasion tips.
Yeah, a little bit of the evasion tips there. There comes the squeeze off that 15-minute opening range. You guys see why I marked that level out. I'm kind of annoyed with myself because I should have waited for that touch there to add. I got in a little bit. I added a little too fast, too soon. But it's all right.
It's all right.
It happens.
The market owes you some. Maybe we'll get it after all.
Yeah, I'm not concerned with it if it, it either goes or it doesn't.
Well, welcome, Rocket Scooter fam. Of course, hit the like on the way in. Everyone likes it when you do that.
Hit the like, subscribe, all the things.
Especially the people who give us giveaway accounts.
There you go. We got to see the likes. Thank you, Izzy Lizzie.
All right, so I'm kind of looking like this bullish trend is kind of falling apart at least a little bit intraday. So I'm gonna stay out of it for a little bit. Go have some lunch. See if I get something later.
Get some lunch.
Yeah, kind of a boring morning since I didn't hit this the way I wanted to, but there's always tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, I don't know if Matt's ready yet. I see he's here. Is he ready? He's ready. All
Looks
right.
like it.
We appreciate you guys watching. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
You know where to find us.
Yep, we'll see
you
you
know
guys
where to find you. I'll see y'all.
See ya.
Hi, friends. Welcome, guys. Good morning, afternoon, night, wherever you are. Glad to see you guys here on MyFundedFutures. Thank you, McConnell and Barbie. Appreciate it. Always got a lovely intro from you guys. Some dubs and chat for our friends. Oh, some rocks and chat for me. Got the disco dancing. Excellent. Plus, he comes in a blue suit with tries the blue glasses, which I like. Outstanding, y'all. How are y'all doing? How's life going, guys? It's been such an incredible new year. Hopefully, you guys had a great New Year's holiday. Obviously, this is the first real week back. We had the New Year started. We had like a day to trade last week or whatever. Now traders are back in business. Market's back to moving. It's been crazy. I've had some pretty good luck, I would say, the last maybe 7 or 8 sessions. I've had all winning sessions, which has offset the 7 or 8 sessions before that we don't talk about. But I didn't do so hot. The 100K account is up to 182K. At its lowest point, before I had to add some cash, I added some cash back in to get it to 92. So between then and now, it's up a straight $90,000 in the last since the day before Christmas. So that's not bad. My other prop accounts down bottom right, about to take my final payout before I get kicked alive. But that's up again. It's up about 25 today, which is really good. It's been a good day. Today's trading was very predictable. It was back on track of being like a clean market. Like the 2 weeks in January and December were not predictable. I got my butt kicked like every day, like trade after trade. I was on a losing streak. It was horrible. Last night, play that I made is pretty cool, and I hit this really hard, which is kind of daring. But I shorted very heavily where we popped up to our monthly hedge pressure levels. 452 was my resistance target. And I just took that play for these 8 minutes and closed out there. That's it. I just shorted from there to there and just decided to call it a day and went back to, what I was doing. Here, market, I didn't do anything until market opened today. So market opened today. Right out the door, I basically built some longs here and down into here. The market was giving us mixed signals across the board, though. Some, S&P was pointing up, NASDAQ was pointing down, ABGO was collapsing, NVIDIA was collapsing, other things are rallying. Same crap as we saw, early December. All of our indicators muddled, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. Not really that easy. New ARB indicator, up, down, up, down. But I took the long side trade because nothing was really that bad looking. Traded it up. Here at the open, I took a second long, traded it up. The negative discrepancy on ARB, I closed out the scalp. So I won that scalp again too. So I was win. And then just a second ago, when we popped up with a negative 50 ARB, I took a short here. This is our newest indicator, by the way. It's turned out to be pretty good. I'll explain more about it once I have more history trading with it. I'm still kind of experimenting with it right now. But it shows like this elasticity between how much the market's moving ahead. Futures are moving ahead of the parts inside of it. And so here we popped up and it was negative 50. So I decided to take the short and it went down a little bit and we're pulling back. NVIDIA pretty much collapsed underneath. That's 190 monthly hedge pressures. NVIDIA falling is creating a little bit of that movement here today. S&P hit our upper risk interval bands, which is just that upper limit. And normally I don't short off of that with my current teachings. When the ratio is greater than half, I don't like to take that short. It's pretty short-lived. But with the newer, faster indicator, I decided to scalp off of it, not to reverse off of it. So that short was pretty good. It paid out. My main accounts up 9,100. Then my other accounts, my funded accounts are up whatever that is down there. I've been just trading one of them pretty heavily. But that's it. How are you guys doing? You have a good day today? Trading day wise? Went up, went down. It feels like movement is back in the market, which is what I like. I don't like that sort of like sitting there, and then it dies, and then sits there, and then it closes. Then overnight, it like rally, then dies again. This feels like the first bull day we've seen in a while that was clean. Let me pull up like the bigger hourly chart, just show y'all what kind of like what it looks like. I'm not a big fan of this price action, by the way, but it's definitely tradable. This doesn't remind me of what we saw in December. This reminds me of what we saw in November, which is very easy to act on compared to this. For me, now, relative is different. This is the worst. I feel like the worst trading I've had in like 5 years. I swear to God. This makes me have nightmares these days at night. This trading was weird. This trading, which was a bigger drop, bigger volatility, I turned out flying colors. I was doing that random account challenge, and that account didn't even lose money through all of this. This account lost a fortune on some of these days. So, like relative, So this was really bad. This reminds me of this right here. It's like we're back to this. And this is a lot more easier to trade because the market actually moves and everything's moving again, and volume is back, guys. You see here, volume is back, which is good to see. This is a Nasdaq chart. S&P chart looks very similar, and it's good to see that volume back because with that low volume, I think was what's making the market just flip-flop around without a lot of evidence to go against it, to go with it. Oh, 69.64 should have a yellow line here. I wonder what happened with that. There. Those of you that are traders at Rocket Scooter, the couple of ideas I had about ARB is that, again, it's just a temporary name for this thing that we've made, is that can also be a pivoting agent at your yellow lines too, right? It's one of the things we talk about. So what it can do. Hold on, I'm gonna like some notes to myself. What it's good at, scalping at strong pivots. It can be a direction indicator too. It's a elasticity in a way. It's a true leading indicator the way that it's designed to pick stop losses because that local range is how much it overshoots. Sorry. When I get these ideas, I like to write them down before I forget them. If I don't write it down, I'll forget it. Happy New Year to you as well. People saying that in chat. Excellent, guys. Y'all do me a favor and smash that like button here. We're getting those engagement points. Really makes a lot. So appreciate y'all helping us out there. We're getting very close to the 60K sub mark here. MyFunded TV 56.7 in just less than 6 months. We've been doing this. We started in the summer. Maybe been about 6 months, I think. I joined the team in the summer. This is fantastic. Somebody, Shark has said, back to trading after kids' winter breaks. Yeah, it's good to be back. Good to have your focus back. Yeah, so 56.7K subscribers here, 450 people watching. Appreciate all y'all being here, friends and friends of us and friends of the show. My channel got to 96,000 subs this week. At the current rate, we will be at 100K by Friday on my channel, which is crazy. I never would have thought that. Honestly, to be honest, it's been such a whirlwind of growth in both places, there, here. I would have thought that my lifetime goal would have been to get 1 million views per month. It blew my mind that it became my 2025 goal. Never would have thought it would happen. We were getting 30K to 50K views per month last January. This January, it's 1 million plus per month. Crazy. So this has been a fun journey, a fun growth. I mean, you guys have been so supportive of us, and I just basically show up. I trade live. I show you what I do. There's no shenanigans. You can watch me win. If you were here in December, you can watch me lose. You can watch me lose big. You can watch me win small, win big. You see it all, right? And so hopefully you guys appreciate that. I think people ask, like, how'd you grow so much? And I say, well, I show up every day, no matter what, win or lose. People can watch it. Yeah, there were some hecklers. I'm down. I think my drawdown was like 75K that one day that I was down, that big day. I do my account partitioning. Like I was playing it hard though during that choppy phase, betting on that breakout. And sometimes it just doesn't play out. And the hecklers, there's a lot of them saw by, but I didn't. I stuck with it. You guys got to still watch me stream till the end with my heart broken, but at least I stuck with it. So I think that's the secret. Just show your trading, win or lose. Can I move my head so you can see resilience? You can see resilience. It's here. Look. The rightmost value is the latest value, so it doesn't cover up anything. You can see everything here. Yeah, so that's it. So today's trading, normally some of our plays, let me teach you guys something about, put the cheat sheets here. Where's it at? Oh. Let me pop this up, give you a little lesson on this upper band. So, in our last back test, and these bands are based on risk interval, which is an exploit of margin requirements. One of my best techniques that I have. And so these green bands that you see on my chart, you see there's one up here, there, and there's one off the chart a little bit. And NASDAQ is at its green band as well. We went through and we tallied up on the S&P. This is based on margin requirements, and it's a risk interval is a whole thing. I give a whole lesson on it, but essentially take my word for it. You can create a range based on margin requirements. And so this band and this band, with our last back test, we made this. By the end of the day, only 88%. So basically you open, futures open in the middle of this band, right? Usually. We take the close, so we add a distance, subtract a distance. The platform tells you that distance. It calculates it every night and then draws this band. 88% of days will close inside of the band. Just statistics, right? 4% of days will break above and 8% of days below. So the market usually, like, I draw these magnets here because it kind of like drives price in between these bands. It's pretty known to do that. And whether it ends up there or doesn't end up there, you can easily argue. You can't really argue that easily that it isn't important. And you can see the market is like trying to keep it from pushing too far past it. It's pretty easy. S&P was a full pivot. NASDAQ overshot and came down. So with that being said, you can see that the market is like trying 4% and 96% is the split at the upper band. 88% is subtracting the 8% below the band. So if you do 496, it's very high probability that we pivot off this line and come down. A couple things of that, right? I don't like to long up into the line without evidence that I need to, especially when we gap up in the mornings and the market opens at this high level as well. So you can see that it's really trying to pivot off of that and come back in. So the rules I have at those levels are pretty simple. Number one is I use this indicator here, the steady ratio, as part of my confluence trick. At the top, I don't like to short against it if the market is bullish because usually it just pivots and then returns. And today, even if it does sell off, it's okay. I'm just not longing into the band usually anytime. If we do break through it and then support on the other side of it, then I'll jump in on the long. See right here is why I wasn't, I'm not longing on this break. I'm not longing up into this because it's usually going to pivot against it. Sometimes I can take short scalps of my ARB indicator is the new one that's helping me decide if I want to scalp, but I'm not scalping for reversal because the market is very bullish. Usually bull markets tend to want to stay bullish itself. Outside of these green bands, I only trade small trades. I don't even trade them hard either just because it's a small probability it keeps going. As the probability is low, I just trade with a small position size. So all day on stream, you see me trade like 2 contract scalps. I haven't been doing anything more than 2 or 5. 5 on one of these, 2 on this one. Just because we're outside the band as well, like small probability, small position. So that's kind of the way I'm thinking about it. That's how that works. And right now we've been rejecting this high level and pulling back because some of the bigger stocks are pulling back, right? Until we start seeing some of that big tech momentum, I don't really know how much upside potential we're going to get. This really feels kind of like, now here's another thing about NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still green for like the last week because it's like trading up overnight and then dumping down, gapping up, trading up, dumping down, gapping up, trading up, dumping down. But NVIDIA is still kind of trending up. Despite the weird price action. So maybe the index is still trending up despite the weird price action. I got to say, like the S&P is looking really, this is pretty normal and solid and bullish. NASDAQ is not as close to its all-time high because we're not getting that movement. Remember, NASDAQ is so weighted by these big tech stocks. It's like, it's not going to move until they move. Once these guys get back up the highs, and this will get back up the highs as well. But relatively speaking, S&P has moved up to a key resistance pivot, both on the long term and the short term. So I'm pretty much done for the day. Yeah, so that's it. Loyalty winner, 150K pro account to Jeannie Custudio, 1569. Are you present here, Jeannie? Yes, you are. All right. Congrats, Jeannie, on the win. 150K pro account. Really good. It's my favorite accounts. The pros, they're awesome. Yeah. That being said, it's got to be a slow sort of afternoon. We can just sit here and rap and chat about what's going on for the rest of the week. There's really not a lot of trading activity. Do I want to fade this for a bigger sell-off? I don't. Let me cue you guys in. Let's talk about two things at first. Let me give you an example of what my ARB indicator does. We have a name for it. I put ARB, arbitrage for short. It's taking the resilience code, which is an arbitrage-based indicator, and reformulating it for a certain thing to be pivotable everywhere. What we do, and I'll teach you guys again, this is one of my favorite tools now that I'm playing with, at least, resilience, right? So resilience is my favorite tool that I have. This one might evolve to be even my more favorite tool. What happens when a stock opens or closes in a different place? It creates a gap, right? Example, NVIDIA closes and opens at a different place. There's a gap. Yesterday, NVIDIA closed here. Today, it opened here. NVIDIA gapped up. The halfway point is always an area, I call it the half gap, of high interest, high liquidity. There's always volume and actionability there. Anytime a stock is at its halfway point, it's super liquid. You have buyers and sellers on both sides. And so when the market is when the stock is playing in the middle, anytime it moves on this side of the box, what we do is we calculate how much further it can go to fill its gap. So NVIDIA, as an example, slightly above this area here, we say, NVIDIA has another 1.2 points to move, okay? And that additional points of NVIDIA equals some kind of market cap distance that the S&P could gain if NVIDIA were to complete its move there. So anytime stocks are pivoting around the middle, we calculate how much further it can go. We take that additional market cap, and then we know that the S&P or NASDAQ, as an example, let's do S&P this time, S&P should go up relative to that additional market cap, right? There's a value associated with stock could move this distance, S&P could move that distance. So we use that to come up with this indicator here to tell me if the index is moving ahead of the futures, and the futures have sort of like stretched away from it. And this indicator has been really good at cluing me into some of these pivots because it's showing me the futures are getting ahead of themselves and moving when the stocks aren't. An example, S&P today went right up to a pivot that I normally wouldn't short off of. I would normally just chill on it and get out of my longs. But in this particular case, as S&P was rallying up, this indicator was stretching down the whole time. So from 10:42 in the morning until the pivot at 10:51, for 9 minutes, the S&P was going up. And that entire time, for the most part of it, this ARB was getting worse. They were stretching away from each other. So once I hit that key pivot, I hit a short, and it turned out to be the perfect place to short from. This is the excitement we have at Rock Scooter right now because we've created yet another leading indicator, except it's even better than resilience because it's actionable everywhere rather than just at the pivots we look at. So this, to me, is a really exciting thing. You're going to see me talking about it a lot. We also need a name for this indicator because we just threw something in because you had to put something in to name it. But this indicator needs some kind of clever name. It's measuring the elasticity of how far futures are like. If futures are being squeezed up while stocks are being squeezed down in a way, but it's able to calculate how much it should be moving and how much it snaps back into place. We need a name for it. So over the next month or so, maybe we'll take some ideas for names. The rubber band indicator, the RB indicator. Stretch, skew, RBs, like Screech, Gapperoni. I think I'm going to lean for Gapperoni. I always wanted my indicators to sound like Chef Boyardee made them in a soup. The snap back, it's perfect. Stretchy stretch, the snap. It also represents the expected volatility, if you may, or the elasticity we think. The idea is what's neat is that the local max and min, let's see how it says minus 50 and plus 40. If I were to make a box of the maximum distance 50, right? Let's just draw a box of 50 from 680, 86 to 736, right? This is a box of 50. That maximum stretch is like how far the natural volatility is. I was noticing this in the break. So remember, we created this thing. We're still trying to learn about what it does. See that maximum up and down? This is telling you about how much you can expect to overshoot pivots, and now your natural oscillation is that stretch factor. See how cool that is? These waves are, it's almost like risk interval-ish in a way, but it's representing the actual future stretching from its underlying, right? Thing that's tracking. So the kind of like the oscillating ups and downs are that range of this maximum spectrum of a distance, which is kind of neat to think about. So when markets become volatile, it's a sensitive indicator that will let you know how far it can fall. Markets falling and breaking a key pivot, how much more can it slam? Well, if that indicator says negative 60, it's saying that you have about 60 more points of lead there. So if it works as much as it is, there's a lot we can pull out of this new indicator. Remember, all of my indicators, which was, and I asked people before on my stream, have you ever used a pure leading indicator? And people were like naming some indicators, but let me design it, right? Or define leading indicator to you. A leading indicator is something that calculates something that hasn't happened yet and then forecasts this is what could happen. An example is if a stock were to move this far in this box, we calculate how much further it'll go to the next volume pivot. Then we add that value to the S&P. So the stock hasn't made this move yet. We're calculating what would happen if it did make that move. So that's purely a leading indicator because it can tell you about how much it can move if it does move at all. Nothing can predict the stock market, but the calculation is using an implied thing that hasn't happened yet. And I asked people, have you ever seen any pure leading indicators out there? Because I don't know of any. And some people are saying, well, you know, RSI divergence and things like that. Well, your interpretation is a lead of them. But say even RSI by itself, right? RSI moving lower is built off of previous candles. It's making no guesses of the future. And RSI stretching a certain distance is letting you know that the range is getting fatter or wider and wider as it falls, right? And so RSI will let you know that something has happened to a degree, but your interpretation of if the index is moving higher and RSI is moving lower, then you would use the divergence, which is your interpretation of the indicator, using some kind of arbitrage in a way to, let me go ahead and short the index because index is moving high and RSI is moving low. The indicator itself is not predictive. It's not the leading part. You using arbitrage is your interpretation of a stretch between one thing that's tracking another thing. Then you can make an argument that your interpretation is the leading portion of it. It's indicating something that's currently happening, but all based on past price data. All the calculation being done is based off of past price data. So my question to you guys, is there an indicator that you know of that uses future price data of something that hasn't happened yet to make an interpretation of what the market could do, not based off of calculating where it could go, not you using arbitrage by looking at it? You're still looking at indicators, looking at past data. Question to you is, are there any indicators that you know of that calculate a future possibility? And I don't know of any. So I'm curious, is there any like tool set out there, maybe JPal, that you know of that calculates a distance? Somebody said Ichimoku clouds. I keep throwing stuff and I'm like, those aren't leading indicators. They're still built off of price data. If you're built off of price data, you're using something that's already happened. There's no lead. It's after the fact, right? Yeah, there's no such thing because futures can do their own thing. Yeah, like in price action, there's no such thing. Futures are tracking the underlying, and so there's a tendency for them to kind of like line up. And that's the best you can do as far as leading goes to exploit the tendency. But you're right. Futures can trade on their own. And who cares what the index is doing? Futures can still rally if people want to buy them. So Super ADX, never heard of it. So anyways, they don't really exist, right? So the idea of exploiting like certain principles that markets will fill gaps above or below the half gap with high probability is a calculatable thing that we can calculate what the S&P's distance should be if it were to complete the move. So yeah, J Powell's a leading indicator. There you go. Yeah, stocks can do their own thing, so there is no such thing. Well, right, stocks can do their own thing, but futures are always tracking the stocks at a value in time. So an example, the stock market index is here, right? This is the now. And futures might be trading above it with a degree of contango. Let's use S&P as an example. S&P 69.50 and futures are trading at 69.70. Okay. And that's the baseline. The reason there's a difference is because S&P has a now value that's based on the sum of the stocks doing their own thing. So the SPX equals the sum of the stocks at all times. Futures are guessing where the index will be at expiration, which is some point in the future. So there's a discrepancy always called contango backwardation, which is that discrepancy of time change. Over time, if nothing were to happen, futures and the spot price will equal each other one way or another. Either futures will trade down to meet spot or spot will trade up to meet futures. Typically, futures will meet spot. So if nobody were to touch anything else ever, futures and stocks will, futures and the index will equal each other the moment it expires. So that's exploitable over time. So it's a long time exploiting, but it's not an actionable thing to day trade with, right? Over time, your futures is guessing where the index will be at a point in time. So as that point in time approaches, futures will course correct to equal the index at that point in time. They will be the same. Futures are pricing in that moment in time. And any discrepancy will be priced out. Yeah. So this Rex trader, I'm not talking about indicators. I'm talking about the nature of futures themselves. This is an obvious thing to state. This is not an argument anybody's making. Futures are guessing the price of the index in the future at expiration. And the index has a real value at any point in time. So as expiration approaches, these two will equal each other, all things being equal, as long as nobody's trading anything else to push them apart. So if everybody were to take their hands off of the trading, the algorithm that's tracking the index that sets the futures price is tracking the index over time, the futures will decay into the index. So nobody can argue that. That's what happens. So without any trading taking place, just the pricing algorithm that's tracking the index, futures bid and ask is set by a tracking algorithm that's also allowed to be flexible based on its own supply and demand. Now that's where there's a hiccup into this kind of like this example is not a real example. This is a hypothetical. A real example is futures has its own supply and demand. So it's going to move based on no matter what the stocks are doing. People want to buy the futures, they're going to push it up. People want to buy the stock, it's going to push it down. Now, the motivations of those people are also based on the motivations of the index, but people could easily dump all the stocks and buy all the futures, and they'll point in different directions. The assumption is that the futures are going to kind of get back on track once that pressure stops. And so because they got to equal each other at expiration, that portion of it is exploitable. Over time, they're going to meet up. So yes, in shorter time frames, you can see futures go this way and the index go this way. You can see that all the time. Right? And so it's not a permanent thing because the more discrepancy they have, the more arbitrage traders kick in to sort of trade them back towards each other. So the question becomes, how comfortable can they stretch? Right? You never will see NASDAQ go up 300 points and the NASDAQ futures go down 300 points. You never see discrepancies of massive amounts like that. The discrepancies we're talking about from its own supply and demand is in the magnitude of like 20 to 40 or whatever points. And the same thing with the S&P. And that's what this indicator is trying to exploit. those small discrepancies of how far they're stretching away from like the normalized value of what it should be. And as we've observed today, this is saying plus or minus 50 points. This is like plus or minus like 8 points, something like that. So what you're seeing is that futures and the index are like moving apart from each other about 50 points. And here is roughly 8 points. So that kind of like harmonic sort of like oscillation while it's moving is like dancing around like the 8 points this is telling me from the underlying in which it's tracking. They're gonna like, orbit around each other a little bit. But in very rare instances, you will see them just completely fly away from each other. And the idea is that exploitable and to what degree? And this indicator is designed to do that, right? Trades aren't 100% win rate. Say if it were true, trades would be 100%. The market is still random, but it's kind of like flying an airplane with autopilot on. It's going to stay the course, but it doesn't mean you're going to hit a pocket of wind that's going to like drift it some way and it's going to like steer back on course, but it doesn't just steer back on course exactly. You study any kind of like dynamic process control system in engineering school, we learned this, is that when you have like a path something's going on and then you like deviate from that path and it has to course correct, it doesn't just, nothing like deviates from a path and then just gets right back on path and keeps going. This never happens. Like any mechanical system is like a binary type operation. Opens a valve, closes a valve. Your air conditioner turns on and turns off. But the temperature is never uniform throughout your entire room. There's always a gradient. Because of that non-uniformity, you're going to see like stuff sort of like course correct and like this sort of like oscillating way. Imagine like driving down a road, you hit a patch of ice and you like start steering this way. You got to turn into it and turn into it and turn into it. Then you finally kind of like get back on path, right? You never just like, oh shit, I'm hydroplaning. And then you course correct exactly the amount and then get right back on path. It's always a process, right, to get back on path. And that's you trying to track the straight line you're driving on. Futures are doing the same thing, trying to track the path the index is moving on. And so when it does course correct, it's sort of like sort of moves its way back on path. And the idea is that could we utilize that understanding to create an indicator just to find, long story short, when this indicator is going down and futures are going up to a high volume pivot, I'll short that discrepancy this amount of points to have it pop back into place. NASDAQ had a 50-point discrepancy, and there was your 50-point move off of the top to get back on track. And now it's kind of back to flat. There's no more like hydroplaning on the ice kind of thing. Does that make sense? So the idea is, how far does it normally stretch before, the market pops it back in? And as we've noticed, at least the last 2 non-volatile days, roughly a strike distance, which is expected to be your non-volatile oscillation. We always talk about that. That's my normal stop loss is 40 points. That's about how much it's moving. So anywho, this indicator is a huge buzz around the community because it's very actionable, meaning that at a certain point, I use it to make a decision. Actionable meaning that it's not just subjective, like, okay, maybe up, maybe down. It's like, okay, index is moving up. This thing is moving down. There's a stretch, and then maybe it'll snap back into place and get back on path. And that stretch fell, came back up, and sort of got back on path. Like it's, exactly what you'd expect. Futures are tracking the index, but they got squeezed against the index. Index is moving lower, and they kind of like, slam back into each other and sort of like get back on path. So that was kind of what the idea was. Going to have a fully permanently actionable indicator at any pivot. If it's a strong enough pivot, like if the distance is more than 10 points or more than 40 points, this is my normal 1-to-1 trade, I'm willing to reverse the trade because of that stretch. So the question becomes, what will we name this indicator? Stretch Armstrong, somebody said. It's an exciting time because it's purely based on moves that haven't happened yet, and it calculates how much it's stretched, which is kind of neat. And it removes contango backwardation as well, so that's normalized without it. There's always a stretch because of the difference in time. So we adjust for that time difference and remove all those effects. And it's based on the pure value of the index now and the pure value of the futures now. And it's around that stretch. Hysteresis. I like that word. It kind of points towards what's happening. Fantastic trend line. What's the current name to add to platform? We put ARB, ARB, Lena. That's just a word we came up with just to throw in arbitrage. I didn't have a name for it. Here is an example. I put like, here's an example, right? So we're trading down a little bit and this thing's popping back up. Now, if like an example is this were to sell, this were to go high, and there was a distance of like 30 or 40 points, I would long off of some pivot if I have it, right? So the idea is what's it used for? This is really, I'm telling you guys, you're going to see me talk about it for the next couple weeks. I invented it. Like I said, I was at a wedding doing tequila shots, and I got this idea to extract this actionable, sensitive portion of resilience into its own indicator and then modify it to remove the contango. And then it could possibly work as like a stretch sort of thing as a leading indicator. And then we scribbled it up and then we threw it on the platform and let everybody watch it. So the goal right now is watch it and see if it's useful. Pivot strength, yeah, it's kind of what it's doing. This thing could turn out to be like one giant turd at the end of the day. Who knows? 2 days so far, it's been great. Is it worth it? Is it useful? The question is, watch it. We're going to watch for many, many, many months. I want all you guys watching it to tell me what you observe. Is it useful or not? And I want y'all to be honest with me. Don't be like trying to like suck up and be like, oh, Matt, it's awesome. It's an amazing thing. Like this is how we are in science. Tell me something's a turd. Tell me something's great, but based on the evidence. Is it crushing it? Is it horrible? Is it useless? Is it too noisy? Expected elasticity. Yeah. The power of tequila, man. So the indicator on my platform, we just called it ARB, A-R-B, ARB, arbitrage for short. It's threw something in. We need a name later. The goal is I'm going to watch it and see what it's telling me, right? Currently, we're like at a strong resistance pivot with a 96% probability we close below and 4% probability close above. And the whole time, this ARB indicator is negative and less than 0. So clearly, it's not rallying because it's not lagging behind an index that's moving higher. So you can see that the resulting action is lower. This is negative and this is pretty much negative, right? So that's good to know that it's helping with the direction. And as the index is selling off, this thing isn't popping up to indicate that the index futures are overshooting the index. The index and futures are going tit for tat at the same time, in the same distance, because that's at 0. So it being at 0, I can like theoretically can pop up like an SPX chart. And it probably has the exact same move as the ES chart. See how they're moving tit for tat. So the ARB is identifying no discrepancy between SPX and ES. They look exactly the same, right? And this is sitting at 0. So it's telling me futures are tracking the stocks very accurately. So I'm not seeing this as like, okay, this is a dip to buy because we overshot, right? The idea is it's moving tick for tick. So this is going to sit at 0. See how pretty that is? When this stretches, there's an overshoot, technically speaking, on the implied value. But anyways, we have DD. Now we need double E's instead of double D's. Let's go. The tequila indicator. We can change NQ ARB to NQ reposado. It's moving what for what? Tit for tat. We're talking about double D's and double E's and tits for tats, apparently, in this stream. Okie dokie. Oh, awesome job. Tit for Matt. It's moving what for what? Yep. So anywho, the cool part is now I have something that can help me make decisions pretty much anywhere. And again, it's a scalping indicator. This is what I designed it to do. Can I use it like off of other tools? So an example today, right? We don't usually have an indicator. I tell people these yellow lines are resistance pivots when you hit them from the bottom, but I never really trade off of them on the long side. However, with this indicator being above 0, it tells me that the potential is higher rather than lower. So we see how it kind of like pushed off of it. Is it useful for being a generic scalp indicator anywhere? But the fact that it has that leading capability makes it better than your like RSIs and your sort of price action indicators. Most indicators are use historic price to formulate what the value is of it now. I use future price we haven't achieved yet, to calculate where it can go and make a decision off of that. So to me, that's very exciting. Most of our DD ratio and resilience and all that are based on what the stocks are doing. This is by far my quote unquote fastest leading indicator that I have. Fastest acting. And it also gives a numerical value of how much stretch there is. So hopefully it can help me plan out some trades. I don't know. We'll see. Where do you get this indicator? From Rocket Scooter. Yeah, from us. We made it. So it's on our platform that you see on the screen. Sorry, I'm probably, this is not a sales pitch for indicator, guys, by the way. It's just part of the tool set. But I just kind of sharing with you guys because this is the second day I've had it. You're going to see me talking about it a lot the next couple months while we're playing with it live. We're beta testing it on Rocket Scooter right now. So it's kind of exciting to have something new and fun to play with. Wasn't trying to like pitch it to you guys, but there's a link if you want to see more about like our tools and stuff. Person that was asking. Later, fam. All right, Roth, man. Have a good day, dude. You're exhausted. Yeah, don't trade when exhausted, man. Take a break. Take it easy. Hold on. IDOT came in this morning and made me like Eggs Benedict. Like the best Eggs Benedict I've ever had. It's so good. Hold on. Oops. But we'll see. Yeah, if you have questions about anything MyFundedFutures related, if you go to the Discord, Abhishek's posting a link to it. They have all this information regarding the... Okay, here we go, right? Here's an example. Now it's starting to move. What can it tell me, right? We've sold off really hard. We've dropped down, and there's 20 points of snap-up potential. Now, I don't have a pivot to trade off of, but there's some heavy potential here to the upside. What would happen if here, as an example, I decided to take a long off of any kind of bounce pivot? Now, the example here, let's see if anything can come up. Let me double check. NVIDIA is on here. So the question becomes, if this thing moves up to a distance of like 30, 40, 50 points, I might decide to jump in and grab a trade off of it. 20 points, not enough for my appetite. 95 to 15 is like, just maybe there might be like a green candle in here. The question is like, can I capture these like oscillating moves in here? SP got like 3 points of move here. Like, is there going to be like a green candle out of nowhere that just does this sort of thing? And if it's big enough, I might want to take it. 20 is not big enough for me to want to take. But like I could... Let me see. That's the real question. Like, just for fun. Let's just do it for fun. Whatever. It's not testing if you do it on paper. Put some brain power to it. I'll put one. I should already test it with some micros instead of one mini, but whatever. I don't have a pivot to trade from here, but the potential is, could I get some stretch on this? Watch, if it pops like 20 points from here, 18 points, could I lock in an 18-point move just to see? Now, again, it's not a good enough stretch to really want to play off of, but the question becomes, could I use that to do some scalps? And I'm just, like I said, I'm just testing it live. Some applications maybe, some applications not. We'll see. And I don't really have a strong pivot here to play from, but the answer is this market still strong, still bullish, resilience going higher? Everything's looking solid here. Is this just that local pullback that is maybe a possible continuation to go higher to finish out the day? Is this implying that that could be possible? Question is maybe, right? So we'll see. How far have we moved today? We're almost starting back at the starting point. So I'm up like 25 Gs. I'm going to be like just barely playing with this with anything at all. I don't want to put a lot of effort into a lot of risk into this. Overnight S&P. Getting close to it, yeah. This is staying at bullish. Indicators starting to look pretty solid there. Could we see, right? I'm saying I have big news. What is it? Big news. Always have a lot of big news. Relative to what, though? What would the big news be? Oh, no, I was teasing something. I was saying we're probably going to do some cool event at some point very soon. I'm just teasing at it. Just to get you guys guessing what y'all think it'll be. That was my thought. So like here, like it overshot and dipped and this still stayed high. So the question becomes, could I get a potential snapback? And that's the real question here. See, like, just for fun, I can play off of that. Now, normally I wouldn't be longing off of this, but the idea is there an opportunity here for this to support this area? And I decided to put one contract to it. Did that to the bull side close. Someone's pregnant. How did you know? The question becomes, if this zips right back down, then the stock's caught up with it. Like that, see? So the potential was there, and then the stock's caught right back up, so there's nothing off of it. So then I'd say, oh, okay, it's not going to work. Let me close out. But again, I wouldn't normally make a trade in thin air like that. I would trade off of a pivot. That's why I was just trying it ahead of time just to see if I could. I'm still going to hang on to it, but normally I'd make decisions at a high volume pivot, not in thin air. So I'm sure see if there's anything to take off of that. Nvidia's pretty garbage today. It's not giving us any love. I didn't touch any of these 4 accounts either. So that idea, like I said, I was like, oh, there's a good long. Okay, nope, not going to work. So the idea becomes, could I utilize that to find like a pivot to play off of? Ending the direction. Yeah, Nvidia is selling off. Matt's expecting a baby after the Tila shot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so like I normally wouldn't be framing a trade here at all. So I was betting that it would stretch up to 40, and when it didn't happen. So what I've been seeing is that I want to see it move more than 10 points S&P or more than 40 points on NASDAQ. So that was getting a little ahead of myself. But if we lose this 542 level, it's pretty gross to the downside. So be careful. Those of you that are watching NASDAQ, if we lose this, it's bigger sell-off potential. So I made pretty near perfect trades most of the day today. But we'll see. Is this potential good bull wave going forward? What do y'all think? Do I bet that we float above yellow? Make that bet. Sure, I'll make that bet. This is a major turning point in the market, by the way. If we lose this, this is very bad, like very bad for longer term selling. Bad news. If it's a strong enough bull market, we should float above this without touching it at some point. So hopefully, the question is, I would call this today like a bull bear, kind of like a bull bear break point here. A bull market is going to want to float without touching it. We lose this, it's a bigger selling pressure. Bull's going to have like a pad of cushion. If we start interacting with it, I'm going to be very scared of this. Break for this is going to be like medium term bear. Like it can actually be pretty bad. We're kind of sitting on the fence. NASDAQ monthly map is very bearish. S&P monthly map is very, very bullish. And they're kind of torn again. It's just this big stock fiasco that we've been like, sort of like. yeah, like I'd want to see ARB go up right now. It can also, like, the market can also move when it's at 0. It just means it's tracking. It's to identify like the futures lagging behind something. We'll see. Am I a greater bull to this market? Or if I'm a greater bear? I want to be a greater bull to this market. I do want to err to the bull side. We've got some heavy news this week, just FYI. Where is that thing here? We've got a lot coming down the pipeline. We've got today, we had the ISM manufacturing numbers come out today. Tomorrow, we have the S&P Global Composite PMI, Services PMI coming out tomorrow. Wednesday, we have the ISM non-manufacturing numbers and the JOLTS. Wednesday's going to be pretty big, and the ADP numbers that's coming out, which means Friday is the government non-farms. So Wednesday and Friday are going to be pretty huge. Kind of getting JOLTS and the ADP numbers on the same day is going to be kind of like a nasty Wednesday. And Thursday is your traditional jobless data stuff. So big heavy news week. Is the big news is Matt's expecting a baby. LOL. You can't see Nasdaq arm. Oh, my bad. My bad. Hold on. No, they're not going to move my face, guys. Just tell me I'll move it. The mods aren't going to move my camera. I'll scoot it over for you. My face is where my face is. You say the mods no escuchen. Mods don't listen. Let's listen in Spanish, right? I'll listen to you guys. No, they're not going to move my face around. Just yell at me for being an idiot, for not moving my indicators over so y'all can see it. My bad. Well, let me make the number bigger. That way y'all can see it here. Okay, let me do a little solid. Let me see where. There we go. Now y'all can see the number. All right, I'll remember going forward to give you guys some extra room here so y'all can see this. Cool. All right, because I'm a freaking degen, I longed on one of my prop accounts here as well, 10 contracts because I'm a freaking degen. Right, literally, like right here, y'all heard me clicking it. I made 3,000 profit on that. I'm going to lock it down and close it down to 2 as the runner. I got my runner there. Like, why the hell not? 10 contract pivot. This account is $11,000 now. Now I close down to a 2 runner. Like I said, man, or for the win. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. It's not that strong right now. It's only 11. Can I get my 11-point scalp? It's definitely moving more than 11 points, though. But it's not like super duper strong. But hey, look, like I just to goof around on this, it's about the greater bull market. There's a little bit of cash there. I don't know, guys. Like I said, we're testing it out. I'm trying to mask my excitement because it's really freaking good at what it's doing. I like I said, I don't know. Okay, let me just on that snapback. Let me take the full profit off of that. Let me put the $600 in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, guys. I don't normally feel comfortable. I fully close everything out. I don't normally feel comfortable doing this amount of scalping. It's not my normal style. It's becoming very fun, at least now. Try for it, I guess. Excellent degenning. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm about to take my final payout with this thing. I don't care anymore. They're going to force me into a live account at that point. So whatever I end up making, I'm probably going to get forfeited anyways once I go live or put into the bank or whatever you call it. So anywho, markets, like I said, this is selling off. ARB went higher. It dipped one more time. It's sitting at 0. We're near a pivot. I added to it. I degen in one of the accounts, and then it went back to being positive and we caught back up, right? I don't know. Maybe it's useful. Maybe it's not. No, we'll see. Anywho, been a good trading day. I've got like 4 minutes left, you guys. 12:26. Yeah, we might have created something that's really useful, hopefully. Like I said, I really enjoy making stuff. What I couldn't do it without my awesome community and you guys. I feel like the smartest traders in the world hang out here at MyFunded TV and hang out in our stream. I watch other people's streams because I love some of my friends that are streamers. Nothing to them, but their audiences sometimes are a little, I don't know. Like, I feel like this is the gifted and talented class at school. And other streams are kind of like the slow class. Not the teacher, the audience. The audience are just like, kind of reminds me the first time I got put into the wrong English class. I swear I went in there and like one of the football players was bench pressing the desk the girl was sitting in, and everyone was like, go, go, go. And the teacher was like, go, go, go. And I was like, I think I'm in the wrong class. So, I feel like our audience is the nerds. And so, the teacher's like cheering on the guy, like, go, go. So anyways, yeah, that really happened. But senior year. But this, like I said, I couldn't do this out in my awesome community. There's so many different people, different eyes that like have this like higher desire of pursuit of something new, the intellect to chase it down, and like the patience to do the work. And like the awesome community we have is couldn't be done. This stuff couldn't be made without the input from like thousands of people that create all this cool stuff. And we're glad to share with you guys on MyFunded TV. Like I said, I gave you guys all free seats to the boot camp. You can come to the first month for free and all that. Anyhow, I got to thank you guys for helping us build such cool stuff and helping us like see it and see ways to use it. Hold on 1 second. So yeah, so thank all you guys for being part of like, this journey of us building stuff. See now, like, we're back to being like close to 0. Now the potential of this move is maybe flattened out, and then now I closed out. Like, which way does it go from here? It feels kind of random, right? So, yeah, I'm using that positive. Now I'm not using it to short against the bull market right now, but it's good to see because it's still in that noisy range. If this was going up and this went to like -40 or 50, yeah, I might short off that green line, something like that. But yeah, thank you guys for being part of the stream. Thank you guys for being part of my stream. Thank you for being part of this community, supporting MyFundedFutures and MyFunded TV. We love having you guys here. Now that's the end of this show, and we have to come to an end. But 2 things: catch Stephen K tonight in the evening sesh. Always, always, always a treat. Great information there. You guys are trading in the evening. Abhishek, is posting the link to my stream. I will be live on my stream this afternoon. You guys can hang out with me, watch me make some more trades for the rest of the afternoon. Got nothing else going on here. But thank you for tuning in. We'll see y'all tomorrow or live on my channel. Everybody come to my channel. We'll do some giveaways in a little bit. Have a good time. All right, we'll see y'all later.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.